trying to get to the MSC race. One man has all the clues to help you solve your blues. EJ is his name and rockets are his game. Bolder than any man, crazy creations are his plan. Cities, Kerbal, and workers, they are at his command. Oh God, that's all I can think of. Chat bothers him all day and night, but Deej always puts up a fight. Weird impressions, internet memes, EA is always so extreme. I'm not a good songwriter as you can. Turbo stuck in space, well, you're trying to get to the MSC race. One man has all the clues to help you solve your blues. EJ's his name and rockets are his game. Bolder than any man, crazy creations are his plan. Cities, Kerbal, and workers, they all are at his command. I don't know if that's all I can think of. Chat bothers him all day and night, but each always puts up a fight. Weird impressions, internet memes, EA's always so extreme. I'm not a good songwriter as you can hear.
Yeah, there you go. Sorry, I was reading. I lost track because I was reading chats. Man, that never happened. How's everybody doing? Are we ready to work on the car today? I got a full tank of welding gas, half a pack of steel. It's dark out in the garage. I'm wearing a welding mask. Hit it or something. How's everybody doing? What? Dude, Windows, I swear. The Windows update completely ruined it. No, not the camera. Oh, come on. It did the thing with the camera again. Oh. Don't get another copy claim. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I probably shouldn't. Yeah, go to the garage. We don't need that camera. We should still have pupper cam though. Hey, I'll just use this camera because that's not weird looking like all the way up like this. Hi. Everybody have a good weekend? Question? Fix it on break. We'll fix it in post. That's when we'll fix it. I might need to, and by might, I'm going to need to restart the stream. Windows forced an update on my streaming PC, and it ruined everything. Yeah, it changed it changed the graphics card outputs on my monitor. So, that was fun. Not on the monitors themselves. Windows decided, oh, I see you're using display ports, but here, how about I output on HDMI? I see that. That's good, but you should be using HDMI. I'm like, nah, I don't really want to. You should leave me alone. Did you hear about the sunstorm? I did. These car streams are proof that you need to start up a Twitch, YouTube, Junkyard War Scrap Heaps challenge if you're in the UK. I watched that show a long time ago, dude. I used to watch Junkyard Wars. We got to bodge it together, man. Did I see your previous message? Yeah. Yeah, I did. I saw it. You sent me a DM. What's on your mind, buddy? No, probably. There's no signs, Ash. That's just a gut feeling, dude. I know what everybody wants to talk about. Let's work on the car first. Get our mind off things. Amongst everything, guys, I've been trying to let that news kind of simmer. Kind of noodle on it a little bit. And figure out where we go from here. Yeah, that's what I've been. So how about Barcelona? I seem to recall in the past, Tessa, someone getting thrown out of a championship contention for running other people off the road. I seem to recall that, but the more it simmers, the more it smells like poo. Mount Etna popped. All right, everything, dude. At least it's not boring. Yeah, that the pupper cam is needed because. Yeah, Windows just decided to disable my USB 3.0 hub because So here, you can get fake EJ. Hey, there I am. Yeah, I gotta protect the poster boy. Yeah. What news are we talking about? This is where I get my news from. How old is that picture? Probably a decade at this point. Yeah, we'll talk more about that during Space News, dude. Turn off those dreaded Windows updates. Yeah, probably should, man. This is getting a little out of hand. It disables my camera every time, like. Yeah, but they know what's best for your computer. How about you know what's best for leaving me alone? Linux doesn't auto-update. Yeah, I know. I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place here. If we use Linux, I have to worry about compatibility with every single freaking program. And if I use Windows, they're just going to change settings on me. It's the lesser of two evils because finding stuff for Linux is a pain in the butt, and I don't feel like doing that. I have too much stuff to do anyway. Anyway. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah. Mayor, what happened is that the president withdrew his nomination for NASA administrator. He withdrew Isaacman, which, yeah, that's a bummer. I'm trying to understand why, and this is why I haven't really weighed in on anything. I'm trying to understand why. The reasons that I can surmise from information presented is not any particular good reasons, or reasons that I think people will find okay. So, yeah, we'll talk more about that during Space News, but let's yeah, exactly, Hotbox. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, exactly, Geeson. That's the other reason. That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, I'm just gonna go work on the car. This camera is not working, but yeah, dudes, like, it's not great news. It certainly sucks. Like, yeah, it certainly sucks, but we'll talk more about it for Space News. I don't think, yeah, I'll leave my thoughts for later, dude. I'll leave my thoughts for later. We got work to do. You know who else uses Linux? People with mod sorts. Yeah. Guys, like, you'll hear my extended thoughts about this for Space News, but I think we really won't understand the gravity of this decision until we see who they nominate. We'll see who they nominate to replace Isaacman. That will be very telling in my mind about where your priorities were with getting rid of Jared Isaacman. So that's the reason why I haven't really weighed in on anything. And I won't really until Space News. Yeah, because the why did this happen is kind of all hearsay at this point. I was even skeptical of the news. Like, I was like, wait, what? Until I heard it officially from the big guy himself. Like, I was just like, nah. Can Jim be nominated again? Sure. Of course he could. Any American can be nominated. You just need to be an American citizen to be NASA administrator. But you're going to have to go under pretty damn good screening to do it. Pin it? Nah. I like having conversations with people, dudes. I mean, it is going to impede our work, no doubt, but it is what it is. Homer Hickam would be a great bet. That would be, I would go with that. See, that's what I mean, dude. Like, Isaacman being out sucks. That sucks. That's not cool. I think that would have been great, but you know, if Homer Hickam or Mike Griffin or somebody ends up being in there, I'm not going to be upset. Like, it's not like there aren't other good candidates for NASA administrator around, you know? That's why, I'm not... This news bothered me, no doubt, but it wasn't like... I'm not like, oh my god, it's the end of the world. Dude, Space Twitter went off, man. Like, went off, dude. Homer Hickam wanted to clean house, yes. I don't know, Wefrel. I have no idea. I nominate Das, yeah. You mean like half of the Discord did? Yeah, dude, my phone... I was out at lunch with friends when this news broke, and my phone started blowing up, and I was out with friends, and they were like, why are you on your phone all the time? I'm like, yo, kind of trying to put out some fires. Give me a second. Yeah, a lot of people did, Halsey. I don't... Sorry. You guys don't need to out yourself, man. My phone exploded, dude. I had like 20 DMs in like the span of 15 minutes. I was like, okay, this has got to be bad. This one's gonna suck. See, I was at a family bar. I was at a barbecue. Space Twitter acted like it's the end of the world. Yeah. This is not good news, to be sure, dudes. It's not good news. Like, that sucks. But it's Skycam. Yeah. My main camera's not working right now because Windows restarted my PC, and every time I restart this computer, it just decides that the webcam doesn't want to work anymore. It's like, oh no, it's not plugged in. I'm like, yes, it is. And they're like, no, 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 it's not. You got to restart again. It's like, okay. Here, we'll take off the pupper text. So, I only glared at him a lot. Yep. I guess Rook was too good to be true after all. I mean, EJ for NASA admin. I'd do it if they wanted me to, but I have a feeling I would not get very far, to say the least. Remove ring before going into the garage there, guy. All right, yeah, good call, good call. It's in the SE to aux box. You all seen it. Because we're going to be doing some welding today. Yeah, guys, like, yeah. We'll give more thoughts during Space News, and we'll go from there. Let's get up into the garage and we'll go from there, okay? Wait for it to boot up. Wait. Uh-oh. Yeah, of course it's not working. Why would anything work? Especially since I want to, I'm trying to lock in and I want to do a lot of streaming for June, guys, because I always take the first week of July off. So I want to do a lot of streaming this month. And, we're off to a great start. This is great. Nothing works. Oh, boy. I knew the SCE box would come in handy. Thank you, Geek. Yeah, it did. Nice illness. I haven't seen that, but yeah, that's cool. Yeah, the computer has a real case of the Mondays right now, for sure. Somehow this seems on brand. Hey, stuff breaks. How you deal with it is a true measure of character. I'm dealing with it. It's fine. It's just weird looking up there. I'm so used to looking at that camera, No. Yeah, no. The Sunstorm did it. Yeah, maybe. No joke. I'm sick and tired of things not working. What year is it? Never can get right. It happens. All right, so give me 1 second. Enjoy fake EJ. I'm going to go out to the garage. I'm going to make sure everything's working out there. I did turn everything on, but I think maybe OBS didn't turn on. I'll be right back. All right. How was fake EJ? Did you keep her company? Okay, this should load up. There it is. All right, I'm gonna go out to the garage and we will keep going from there. Stand by for loss of signal from this kind, loss of audio from the office. I don't know, whatever. Fake EJ was rude. Yeah, he's kind of a jerk. All right, open the door. It's wicked nice out. Yeah. And let all the heat in, dude. I mean, I might have to. It's gonna get warm in here with the welder. I'll be right back. Okay, we should have audio here. I got to pop out the Twitch and YouTube chats onto the big monitor so I can see you guys. Tessa, you just unlocked the dozer in Roadcraft. All right. Can you tilt the blade? Can you do that with the blade 5x5? All right, dudes. Good, good, good. Hello from YouTube. May I see you? All right. Sync test. How we doing? Bad delay. Horrible. All right. Cool. How about now? How about now? Better, right on.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Nova, tier 2, 38-month resub. Thank you. No roll axis on blade, only pitch in F14. Freaking game about building roads with no road grading tools. Interesting decision, Tessa. Interesting decision, if I do say so myself. So, all right. Yeah. Yeah, so my gut was right. Roadcraft is a game about building roads with no road grading tools. So that's like Minecraft without a pickaxe. You could probably get stuff done with the shovel and the spade and the shears and stuff, but without a pickaxe, it's going to be really difficult. I wish I could talk to Jared. I need some hope. Guest cards will have to do for now. Trey, I told you, this is not the end of the world. It is a shot across our nose, no doubt. It sucks, but it ain't the end of the world, man. Starship Flight 9 just flew. Remember that. Flight 10 is going to fly in another month. I've always said, guys, and I don't want to talk too much about this because we got a lot to do with this. But I'll try to make you feel a little bit better. Look, when the shuttle went out, when Constellation went out 15 years ago, it was awful because we had nothing. There was nothing. There was nothing left. There was no space program. It was maybe SLS in the future, right? Now, think about this for a second. We still got Artemis 2. We still got Artemis 3. No one is calling to get rid of those because those are already paid for. So at least we'll get people to the moon. It's going to happen. And on top of all that, Flight 9 just happened. We got Flight 10, Flight 11, and then SpaceX goes to Block 3. And then that's when the real fun starts happening. And these missions are going to happen to the tune of almost once a month, which is basically where they're at right now. Guys, this isn't the end of the world. It's not the end of the world. Like, long story short, it's not the end of the world because we have SpaceX. And now, you know, like, because Elon's special assignment is over with the president, right? He's back full force to working, giving interviews, talking about Starship, talking about Tesla, talking about Optimus, talking about all this good stuff. He's back full force. So we got him back. All right? Now, once again, you can hate Elon, blah, 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 blah. That's fine. I don't care. I really don't care if you don't like the guy. Like, I'm sure people will tell me that they don't like him anyway. That's fine, whatever. Like, I really appreciate it if people didn't do that, just for the sake of conversation. But we got Elon back. SpaceX ain't going anywhere. I wouldn't worry about it, dude. I really wouldn't. This isn't the end of the world. It's not the end of the world, man. It sucks, to be very sure. It sucks. It sucks. This sucks. Dude, we were this, I feel like Krennic in Rogue One. We were this close to greatness. We could have had greatness. You know, it's like, oh, of course that happens. Why wouldn't it, right? Like, duh. Of course that happens. You know, like, yeah, obviously we get the rug pulled out from under us. Why wouldn't it? That always freaking happens. It happens every freaking time. Every time there's some remotely good news about space where it moves the ball forward in terms of exploration, we always get shot down. It's been happening for 40 years, man. Now, granted, getting rid of Constellation was the worst one, I think, of the worst decision in the last 40 years. But it's been happening since the late 80s, dude. Since the end of the Cold War. But SpaceX could proverbially break that cycle. You know what I mean? Because the SpaceX opens up a huge market in space. Same with Blue as well. I won't discount them either. They could open up a huge market in space, and you know Uncle Sam's going to get in on it. So, like I've always said, that the best way forward would be for NASA to have parity with SpaceX. But the likelihood of that happening is very low. In which case, fine, we grow the commercial market in space. Now, personally, I don't think being beholden to a corporation to fly to another planet is a wise decision. But if that's the way we're going to go, whatever. If that's going to move the ball forward, sure, I'm down. It's not the best way. It's not the most ideal way, but it'll work. All I've been offering is the most sustainable way that I think is the way to go forward. If we don't get there, but we get half of that, that's fine. I'll take it. Because you know what? Having half of it is better than nothing. If SLS gets cut, then what happens to the VAB? Who will use it? I don't know. I don't have the answer to that question, Nova. I don't think it will. Remember, these budget proposals are just proposals. I really, 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 really don't think they'd fly in Congress. The last time someone tried to do something like this, that big of a reduction in the budget, we got SLS. The last time somebody tried to pull the rug out from under NASA, it didn't end well. That's all I'm saying. There's historical precedent here. What's the goal with the car today? We got to repair more frame rails, dude. Oh, I was at my parents' house yesterday. I also got, check it out, dudes. All right, we're going to talk about car stuff now. I got the build sheet. I got the build sheet. Oh. It's still good, I swear. Anybody got some Scotch tape? It's a little torn up, but I got it. Yep, this is the invoice that would have gone down the assembly line with the car, telling all the different options for said car. You have American tape? Well, that'll work. It'll probably work well. I think I just want to sleeve it. You don't want to laminate it. Anyway, this is going to be hard to laminate because it's in pieces. I'll probably just tape it back together and then put it in a sleeve or something. But yeah, this shows you all the sequencing build codes, which is cool because it shows all the different permutations for cars. Like if you're a stat person, I think this stuff is super cool because it shows you all the different codes for all the different build codes and how Chrysler would number their cars going down the line. So like they would use alphanumeric designations for the car. So like if it's a 4-door, right, it would have a P as the second digit in the VIN. This is WP41F. Actually, no, the fourth digit, or it's got to be Urable. The third digit is the number of doors in the VIN. So this is WP41. So premium Coronet 4-door 500 trim, WP41. I always thought the stat was super cool. Yeah, that's just neat. I love how they got this stuff down and how they put it through the computers and stuff. Like, because this is like very basic logic integration here, which is really cool. I think that's super neat. But what do I know? Build sheet for the Saturn 1B. Yep. Hey, Muppet. Welcome to Mission Control. You go at throttle up. Probably want to get that into a scanner. Yep. Yeah. Scanning it in would probably be a good idea. Yeah, this was behind the rear seat back. I pulled it out when I first got the car, and that probably saved it because it was on its way out. Because the build sheet that we got from under the seat was struggling. I have that. It's in pieces, but maybe between the two, we could piece one good one together in the scanner, you know? Scan it and use AI to reconstruct it. That'd be kind of cool. All right. Anyway, I'm putting this in my office. I just had it out here to show you guys. I don't want it to get messed up. There. It's with my stack of books. Books! All right, so we're going to pick up where we last left off. We have to finish on the right frame rail, but before we do that, I got some new parts in. Check this out. Leaf spring perch for the left-hand side. Yeah, man. Pretty cool, huh? Really, really nice. Yeah, this is this is teaching me a lot about what I need to do to rebuild the back. Here, let me move the camera and I'll show you the difference. Let me switch. So that's what that looks like right now. So Titanic, and this is what it's supposed to look like. I'll put it just right on top. Yeah, as you can see, we're kind of missing some pieces here. There's supposed to be a plate that goes here that goes around, because if you look, see this piece right here? Yeah, that's supposed to be there, but it's not. Yeah, it's not. So yeah, this is when I decided that, you know, we should probably just replace this one. This one is gacked, and then in order to fix all this crap in here with the frame rail, I'm going to need to take it off anyway. So I might as well replace it. I got a great deal for Memorial Day on these things. I got some good discounts. The other parts that we got are, I have the trunk center cross member here. That goes right there. If you guys, can you see it? Yeah, you can see that. Yeah, I got the center cross member. So eventually, when we get the frame rails all fixed up, we'll tee this thing back in. I cut the old one out and I tried to save it, but I went ham. I butchered it with the angle grinder over there. So once again, there was a discount. So I bought a new one. And then I also got new gas tank straps too. Forward gas tank straps. I definitely ruined one. I ruined one with the angle grinder. I saved the other one, so I have a spare. We have a spare one if we need it. But yeah, grafting this thing back together would have really not been fun. That's what they're supposed to look like. See that? That's what those suckers are supposed to be. Once again, I did save one. This is an original, and that's the recreation. It's pretty good.
I'm in space.
This one is pretty nice, and I can use this if I screw one of these up. The other one we could probably fix, but I did cut it. I didn't know that the bracket went all the way down there. That's on me. I still have the bottom piece, but yeah, it's missing some pieces. Hey, what was that gifting a sub? Geese gifted a sub to Just Some Rust. Dude, Just Some Rust. It's the Titanic back here, man. I'll say that once, I'll say it again. So I got new gas tank straps. I got a new trunk cross member. We have a rear leaf spring perch. And also, I have a huge welding tank now. I'll show you. I have a Gigantor. Actually, it's not really big, but I have a huge tank for the welder now. So we ain't running out of gas anytime soon. I also figured out that I'm stupid, and my regulator was set to 20 psi flow rate, so that's why we drained the welding gas so quickly. We'll have to dial in the right flow rate this time, but hold on. We got pressure, right? Let me open this just to be sure. Yeah, okay, we do. We have 1800 bar at 10 cubic feet, or 10 liters a minute. All right, yeah, we should probably dial that down, but cool. All right, that's good. That is all working. It's not leaking. We got plenty of pressure in the line. We got plenty of gas. So that's what we're doing. we got a lot of welding to do. First thing I got to do is make a tab to go in here. This is basically exactly where we left off. I got to make a tab to fit in here. When we were sanding or grinding down the frame rail here to prep it for the trunk and stuff, we found a couple of holes, a couple of pinholes. I tried to weld it, it blew through. So I'm going to get a new bracket. We're going to cut a little piece of steel and we're going to tack it in, and then we'll weld it up. That's what we got to do today. And then if we get that far, you know, if I can actually show some skill with the welder and not be just completely inept with it, which basically I am, we will use the other leaf spring perch, the new leaf spring perch, to recreate this bracket and these brackets back here. So keep in mind, this is the left-hand leaf spring perch, right? The left-hand leaf spring perch has this piece here. Now on this side, it should be the reverse. It should be a mirror, so it'd look like this, but obviously with the hole up top. That piece needs to go right here. And also the rear leaf spring perch provided me with some good information about what I need to do up here. There's a tab that picks up right here that you could see was there, but it's been rusted off. And then I sectioned off what was left of it to make a new, we got to make a new tab here. We got to make a new tab right there. We got to make a new tab here. The tab that goes right here is actually the same exact thing as this. So it would look like that, like this tab that goes on the end of the frame rail. And I can figure out exactly where this tab needs to live because of the bumper bracket. The bumper bracket, if you look, has these spacers in it. That's to space and align the bumper. This lines up perfectly with that. And if we get this tab in place and we figure out exactly where this tab needs to be, right? That tab goes over the top of the bumper and the rear cross member right here, this tab that's supposed to be right there. We can clock this, and then I can figure out exactly where the tab on this frame rail needs to go. We also need to sand this down. We need to make sure that that's completely flat, so when we do go to put the bumper bracket on with the cross member, that it's nice and flush. So we got to start up there, repairing that tab up here, get that all figured out. And then we got to go start sectioning off stuff here to try and rebuild this bracket. And then we got to figure out some way to put the hole in it. I'm not sure how we're going to do that, but you know, there's ways to do it. There's ways. It adds, okay? If I can get this tab, these two tabs, the frame rail is here and here, and that done, then this is good. This frame rail is good to go, and then we go tackle that abomination over there. So we're making progress. We're on our way. Let's get going. That's the gist of what we need to do. I have a sheet metal brake, Mayor. Yeah. CNC plasma cutter and a CNC lathe. Well, plasma cutter, I don't know. Lathe, give me some time. We need to build up more funds. We need to build up more funds with this. But when, you know, we'll get, you know, eventually. Look, I mean, look at all we've gotten from this thus far. You know, we'll get there. Could you just weld that bumper bracket instead of making tabs? I could. That's not how it really came from the factory. How this really does work, the bumper bracket is actually, here, let me show you. It's on a cross member. So we have our rear cross member, which ties the two frame rails back together. And you see this cross member has, yeah, just drop you a new part on the ground. Cool, good call. The bumper bracket actually sandwiches onto the rear cross member and it's welded in. And those line up like that. See that? And then the tabs on top of the frame rails go to the back of the cross member. But you have to make sure you get your slots right for the tabs so you can have some bumper adjustment in here. This is sandwiched onto here and welded. And that goes all the way across like that. And then the bumper bracket gets attached to this. And if you notice, there's a little bit of a gap between there. That's where the rear fascia sandwiches in. See that? See this little gap right here? That's where the rear fascia sandwiches. And that's going to be a little bit of a chore to get that right. I have the original one. It's a little rusty, just like everything else. We're going to have to repair it. But the reason why I know that all sandwiches together is because when we took the rear of the car off, you can actually see the remnants of the rear cross member right there and where it went in regards to the trunk floor, the rear bumper bracket, and everything else. The rear cross member is supposed to go all the way across, obviously. It's supposed to go all the way across here, but that's what was left. Yeah. We're going to need to do a lot of work to this thing to get it right, but this is supposed to, eventually, this is going to go back up on there like that. This one's going to need some work, but it's okay. We'll get it done. I'm not worried. The rear fascia does need some work. It is a little rusty in spots, but that we're not even at that point. Let's just focus on getting this tab fixed. Let's start small. We got a full tank of welding gas. I got plenty of plate stock to 16 gauge to make this, and then we'll go from there. Just use some flex tape. It'll be fine. Suggest piecing it together on a scanner. Oh yeah, I can't see me. That's for the build sheet. Yeah. So yeah, that's what we got to do. Powder coating system would be neat. Yeah. I know people that can powder coat if I need parts powder coated. Yeah. Okay, I think I've explained everything. We talked about Isaacman for a second. We'll talk more about it at Space News. Explain what we got to do. Let's get going. So the first thing we got to do is make a little tab to repair this part of the frame rail. So yeah, once again, we're busting. Let's get to work. I need my tape measure to measure this thing right here. We have to build a little section piece, and then I got to hold it in place. We'll tack it, make sure it's straight, and then we'll smooth it over. So yeah, that's a little bit of a job, but we got it. I was going to do it last stream, but we ran out of gas, figuratively and actually. So the gap is 2 1/16 of an inch. I understand for the people that use metric, this is going to be like pulling teeth. I understand the car is engineered in standard, so I'm using standard. I understand the benefits of metric. Please do not lecture me on it, for the love of God. All right, so if we pull that thing taut, we're at 2 1/16. So I'm going to cut a 2-inch plate, and that means we'll leave a 32nd of an inch on either side to get some weld penetration through. This needs to be strong because it's holding up the trunk, and it's also holding the rear suspension in place. This is the mount for where the rear leaf springs come up. We need to make sure that this is all nice and strong. And we have to make sure the frame rail has structure from these flanges. Without the flanges, it's just a U channel like that. We don't want that. You need the top flanges. If you don't have those, you're taking structure out of the car. And any structure you take out of the car in a unibody car is going to make it not work right. So what we need now is, I got a little bit of plate here. And I forgot to measure the other axis. How wide is one of these frame rails? I worked on a powder coat line once upon a time. The sprayer dude would cough up what he called powder chowder all day long. That sounds terrible. Half inch. So we need a little plate that's 2 inches, and then we got to make sure we leave some space here. So you must always leave the. Are you freaking serious that the light's out of batteries? I just plugged it in. I just unplugged the thing. It was plugged in all weekend. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Let's get one of the other lights out, I guess. Dude, freaking Mondays, man. Freaking Mondays. Okay. So what we can do, the other way that we could do this is just give me a little bit of that and a little bit of this, like that. And that will show basically where I need to cut in, and then we'll check it, measure twick, cut once, cut twice, maybe 3 times, and then we'll go from there. I'm not breaking things, I swear. Maybe a little. Okay, so now what we got to do is get the grinder out, and we're gonna zap this piece here. You can see I got marks. We need to go about 2 inches in. So my mark was pretty damn good. And then we need to go about a 1/2 inch in. Yeah, maybe a little bit inside of my mark that I made right here. Cool. And then just cross like that. There's our little tab that we need. All right, so now what I'm going to do, I'm going to clamp this to the table, and we're going to zap this little tab out with the angle grinder. Where is the angle grinder? I haven't touched my tools in a week because we didn't have any welding gas, and last week got a little crazy. So I'm going to get safety glasses on and earplugs because I'm a wimp when it comes to this. It's freaking loud, and I already blew out my ears listening to music too loud when I was younger. Seriously, sometimes people say stuff nowadays and all I hear is all I hear is I'm like, yeah, it's good. Yeah, sometimes people mumble and yeah, all I hear is I'm like, were you speaking Dutch or something? Like, dang on kids with their rock and roll. All right, now I need these clamps. We're gonna give them the clamps, chat. That's not going nowhere. All right, cool. Let's do this. So I'm gonna start zapping this way first, and then we'll do the long cut. Ready? This tool is superbly loud. Turn your volumes down. If you're at work or something, the angle grinder is loud, very loud. So just, you know. What'd you say, something? Yeah, exactly. All right, I already got old man hearing, and I'm not old. That's not good. All right, here we go. Headphone users, headphone users. All right, that's one incision. That's one incision, chat. Now we will get the other one. All right, we got our tab here. It looks like it didn't go all the way, but that's all right. Let me just, it's probably hot. It is very hot, but we got it. So that has one hell of a burr on it from the grinding wheel. I'm gonna have to get rid of that. I have a bench grinder, dudes, but I don't really have a camera that can get to it right now. It's over there. So just listen to the nice ASMR of me bench grinding the burr off of this thing. Because you see this stuff right here? Okay, it's cooled off a little bit. See that stuff? That stuff's no good. You don't want to weld to that. You don't want to weld to that. Here we go. Yeah, see that? See this stuff right here? That's not ideal. We got to get rid of that's called a metal burr. It's sharp. It'll cut your hand. It's extremely sharp. And I don't feel like getting tetanus today. So I'm just going to take this over to the bench grinder and we'll get rid of it real quick. I almost got all of it. Not much, you just got to give it a little zap. Your dad had me working out on the loading dock and I was going crazy, so now I come in here, so your dad put me in here. I just give these things a quick zap. Bing, bing, bing. Nice distance. Hey, Lewis. Hey, Tommy. Cool. Now the piece is going to be even hotter, and I'm also holding it in my hand. But, you know, whatever. But see, we got rid of it. It's nice and clean. Let's give it a quick zap. Now you can run your hand on it. It's not a big deal. If I tried to do that with the burr on it, I'd cut my hand open. You don't want to do that. So see, we got a nice little tab. All right, so let's go back over here, check for fitment, and roll. That's as much as that damn camera's going to zoom in. All right. There we go. Yeah, that'll work. My cuts into the frame weren't exactly cutting the rust out. They weren't exactly straight because I didn't want to damage the ears for the leaf spring mount. So I kind of had to get at it at a weird angle, but that's okay. That's okay. I also dropped the piece. I don't know if you guys noticed when I was cutting it, but if you can look, there's still some of my mark there. Still some of the mark that I made. I always cut on the outside of the line with metal. Always cut on the outside. Leave yourself a little more metal because it's way harder to add it back than it is to get rid of it. All right. So now the piece is in place and I purposely, it's a little wide, but actually that piece came in okay. You don't want to have the pieces butted up against each other. I know this with welding. I've learned this, not the hard way, but I've learned this over time. You want a little bit of gap so the weld can go through when you butt two pieces up against each other. You don't want to have them like super close. Leave a little bit of a gap and then zap them on the sides and tack it in. And then, you know, you have some spot for the weld to occupy in between your two plates. I love Tommy Boy. That's one of my favorite movies, Rarest. Oh, Mayor, that's terrible. That's awful. That sounds terrible. Stepping on a nail, especially a rusty one. That's no good. I will tell everybody that I do have I'm up to date on my tetanus shots with this car. I don't think I need to explain why. I wanted to make sure that I had that. Like, I don't think I need to tell you. I mean, I don't think I need to tell you why I made sure we had the right shots and stuff. But yeah, this car is I call it, the back end of this car looks like the Titanic, dude. All right, so we're getting the welder out. Now, I know that we were flowing too much gas last time. I ran out of gas really, really quickly with the welder. I know we were flowing too much. Is there anybody out there that's welded that would recommend a good flow rate? Because I'll admit, I'm out of my wheelhouse here. I'm not exactly sure what flow rate I want for this kind of weld, for 16 gauge steel. Yeah, I don't know for sure. Oh, there we go. Sorry, I need to space the welder. There we go. Sweet. 8 to 10. 10 is fine, Paul. 12 to 10. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I had, with my old flow rate, what we were using with the small tanks was cruise control. I had the thing all the way in. It was like 100 liters a minute. My bad. Total. I mean, the welds came out great. Like they weren't rusty. Like that's yeah, that's my bad. Paul, what's good, brother? How you doing? All right. So I'll set a flow rate with the gas. I got to put the welding jacket on and my welding gloves. Yeah, we had it on cruise control, which is not good. I'll go right to 10, and we'll go from there. Oops. Actually, the dudes at Airgas were super cool. You know, that whole account thing was a little weird. I went into Airgas last week and I was like, I'd like to rent a tank. And they're like, do you have an account? I'm like, no. And I'm like, I'll make one. And they're like, okay, it's going to take 1 business day. I'm like, I'm sorry? And they're like, yeah, it's going to take 1 business day. So I came back the next day, and this is probably because the guy just got done entering the account in or something. He knew me. He remembered my name. He was like, hey, EJ, what's up? I'm like, hey, I met you yesterday. All right. It was, so article, I rented the tank for the year. I have the tank for the year because he asked me about what type of project I'm working on. And I just told him, I'm like, I'm rebuilding, I'm doing it's not a frame off resto, but we're pretty much at that frame off resto point. Yeah, so he knew me, he remembered me, you know, I told him what I was working on. I told him I'm not too experienced with this. He told me about flow rates, and yeah, he basically said what you guys said. You know, sorry, I like cross-examining. That's what I do. He said 8 to 10 should do you right. They're using, you know, they offer 75-25. You were using 80-20. It shouldn't make that big of a difference. He gave me a bunch of tips about welding, which is actually super cool. Yeah, they were super cool, and they were hype on the project, which is pretty sick. I'm like, yo, sponsor me. And they're like, what? I'm like, nothing. Airgas is probably used to commercial accounts. You stood out. Well, I am a commercial account. Yeah, they're super cool. If anybody's wondering, it's the same company that delivers nitrogen to SpaceX and methane and LOX to Starbase. I'm using that company. Turns out there's an Airgas in Boston. So I was, yeah, yeah, that's the same company that supplies commodities for SpaceX, for Starship. The nitrogen, the LOX, the methane, all the Airgas trucks, the one with the space shuttle on the side that we see at Starbase, same company. So, is his name Hank? No, it wasn't a propane dealership, dude. So yeah, that's kind of cool. That made me happy. I'm like, oh man, I'm somebody. I got an Airgas account, boy. You know? I know I'm a tool. You don't need to tell me. All right, let's get this. I'm going to take the hat off. Let's get this welding mask on. Did you go to the Cambridge one? Real, I went to the one that's in Weymouth. It's in Weymouth on the South Shore. It's on Derby Street, right off of Route 3. Yeah, no, I didn't go to the one in Cambridge. Should have put it on SpaceX's account. Yeah, Elon sent me. He'd be like, what? They're very good over there. I used to get my beer gas filled there. Dude, yeah, no, the guy was super cool. He was hype on the project and stuff. He's like, oh, that car's sick. Oh, that's sick. Oh, that's cool. I'm like, I want to get into it. I want to learn how to weld. It's a great skill. He's like, it is a great skill. That's why we do what we do here, EJ. I'm like, even though you just gave me crap, I like you. You know, you have balls. I like balls. Wait, what? All right. So I'm going to set the gas. We'll turn the welder on. I will open up our gas. Tank pressure is reading 1800 PSI, or about 130 bar. I'm going to dial in liters a minute. I will dial 10 liters a minute in for our gas flow rate on the welder. Hey, idiot, you got to plug it in first. Hey, Bubba. Hi, Forrest. Forrest, why did this happen, Forrest? All right, cool. Turn it on. Squeeze. Oh, sick. Sick. Let's do this, mates. All right. So I'm going to get the grounding strap up. We'll put it on our new frame rail right here because we know it's good. All right. So let's remember what we learned last week. I need my welding gloves. So we go slow. Make sure my gas flow rate is working. Oh yeah, she's got gas. She got plenty of gas. Wait, what? So what did we learn last time? What we learned last time is to slow the frick down. That's what we learned. Go slow. At least with me. You can't rush this. Welding is like drawing, basically. It takes time. It takes a lot of practice. You really got to go slow. Think about what you're doing. Really think about it. This is America. Use English and standard measurement. What would be the standard measurement? What's the other thing indicated here? Square cubic feet an hour. Oh dear. Cubic feet squared an hour. Oh boy. Littering. I hate it when my Schwartz gets twisted. What's up, Mark? All right, so that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go slow. I'm gonna take our time. I'm gonna plan this out. And I mean, I'll probably still screw it up, but it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I have my welder set to the lowest welding settings. Basically, it's still set to the same thing that it was when we tried to patch this last time. On the 180i, my wire speed is measured on a 1 to 10 scale, and my voltage is measured on an A to J scale. So I have my voltage basically at the A, and wire speed is on 2. So that's, I mean, yeah, it's not a digital display, but, you know, it's fine. So I basically have this set to the slowest settings possible. So what we're going to do, I'm going to go in here, and I really, really got to make sure we tack this and we don't blow through it. See that little gap right there? I'm trying to get the weld to pool in that little gap. I'm going to put one tack in, right? And we'll just stitch weld this thing all the way around because we're going to grind it down anyway. So we'll stitch weld it and we'll call it. Let me, I'm going to get my cutters. Cut this because I don't like feeding off a long wire. See, cut it down. Cut it nice and short. All right, dudes. Let's do this. Good. Our first weld of the day. All right. Ready? We blew. No, I got it a little bit. I'm going to turn down my wire speed. I didn't like that. Turn the voltage down just a smidge. I got it. It's tacked, but not very well. We blew through. So, just got to take our time. Just I get it? Not really. All right. I got a good attachment right here. So I'm going to try to pop in on there. This is just a little weird spot to get in, but there we go. There's a good tack. We're good. So I should be able to take the magnet off. Now she's in place. Sweet. We had a little bit of blow through there because there was a little gap with the wire wheel. But see, now that was a magnet here that was holding that tab in place. We took it off, and now you see it ain't going anywhere. It's attached, not very well. Not good for our tastes. We gotta zap this in here a little bit more. I'm gonna go in the trunk here, and we'll zap from this way. Ugh. Might need some more feed. All right. I mean, you think so, Hilnes? I was worried about blow through. I could turn it up. Why would I need more feed here? Well, yeah. Okay. Now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah. Let an actual expert weigh in first. Yeah, voltage causes blow through now that yeah. C should be good article. You think so, dude? All right, I'll turn her up. Go up to C. Should I increase wire speed? We need TIG. We do need TIG. Increase wire speed. So I'm on C with voltage, and I'm on 2 for wire speed. That's cranking the voltage up a lot more. I had it on A. All right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try to zap tack the other side. We're going to get at the corner right here, okay? Can you guys see all right? It's all balanced. All right. Okay. All right. Ready? Oh, yeah. Yeah, way better. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I like that better. It definitely penned. And it zapped it. We're good. Yeah, I like that a lot better. Thank you. Because remember, guys, I ain't no expert with this. I'm trying to learn. But I did go to art school, so I can draw. So that means I should be good at this. All right. I'm gonna put a tack in between my 2 tacks on the corners. Ready? And just bridged it back and forth. It barely did it, but it did it. I went kind of like this. I mean, this is obviously super exaggerated, but I went back and forth to try and get the pool to go across. It looks like it did it. So I'm going to get another tack on the very edge over here. And what we're doing here, guys, is called stitch welding, which I suck at. I'm not very good at it. I'm stitch welding it. We're just going around the horn. We don't want to introduce too much heat into this. You put too much heat into this, it's going to warp. Shoot, I didn't have your sunglasses on. Hey, Turbo Clag, what's up, man? Over in the YouTube chat, dude. I haven't talked to you in forever. What's up, dude? I'm just doing Kerbal stuff in real life now, man. All right, we're going to try to get right in here. Ready? Oh, come on, you. There we go. Yeah, baby. That one went really well, actually. Your eyes are fried? Sorry, man. I was very happy with that one. Yeah. Look at the difference. Yeah, article. Good call on the wire speed, dude. Good call, man. Wire speed and voltage. This is great. That pool actually looks respectable. I think there's a little bit of wire on the back, but you know, we don't need to tell people about that. Some wire went through before it arced. You know, you don't need to tell people that. You don't need to worry about that. All right. Okay, so what I'm going to do is we're going to go around the horn again. I'm going to start here, go here, 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 here. And just try to bridge more and more. You don't want to, I mean, unless you guys think I could, I don't really want to try to seam this. There's wire tags all over every other car. Okay. Yeah, okay. Tack on tacks is your thought process. Yep, because we're going to grind it down anyway. I don't care if this weld looks good. Spot it all. Yep, good. Cool. We are in agreement. We are in concurrence. We are go for hamster. I blew through. Damn it. I blew that tack right out. Yeah, I got to be careful here. That's really thin. We're real thin on this side. We can bridge it because we got good steel right here. We'll be able to bridge it over. So, fellas, you tell me if this is a viable strategy. Camping is a legitimate strategy. Sorry, no. What I want to do, I'm going to start at the corner and kind of work my way this way with the welder, doing spots, kind of bridge it all the way across to get all the way out to here, and then work it all the way across the end. Because here we have good steel, because that's where the leaf spring perch comes in. See, you could just see the leaf spring perch right here. Is that a viable strategy? Start from a tack and work towards another tack. Okay, cool. All right, I'm starting in the corner. See if we can get this working. There we go. Got it. Yeah, I tried to go kind of around like this. Try and swirl that thing to get the pool to go into the gap that I left with the angle grinder. Start with the wire hitting the thicker piece and then fall onto the thinner piece. Okay, yeah, geek, that's what I wanted to do. I want to start over here and then work my way this way towards that bad metal. And try to replace it slowly with bead. So in the meantime, while that cools off, I'm going to go down here and we'll, okay, that one came out okay. Next. That one came out okay. It's a little boogery, but that's all right. Next. Okay. Next. I blew through just a little bit. Okay, outside. All right. Yeah, this is not, they're a little boogery because my inexperience is showing. I'm kind of running out of talent, dudes, but that's okay. It's okay, we're learning. It's fine. All right. TurboClack, real life is kicking your butt, but I try to check in from time to time. Always cool to see the progress on your various projects. Right on, man. It's good to see you. It's good to see you, dude. Yeah, I'm just doing, I took all the jigs and all the SPH time that I have in Kerbal and I'm pairing it into doing it in real life with cars. And then rockets. I'm working my way up. Remember, I started building, the first thing I built in Kerbal was cars. And then we worked our way up to planes and then rockets, right? Like, except for the 7x7, but we don't talk about that. I don't think I could make that in real life. But never say never, right? Okay, ready? Okay, geek, I dragged it across. It looks like I kind of missed. All right, well, let's go down the pipe again. Ready? Okay. Blowing through metal. The metal's no good. It looks like I didn't cut out enough. Shoot. What are we going to do about that? All right, well, I'll just keep going with the tacks here. We'll go with what we know. Yeah, it seems like the outer parts of these frame rail ears are a little crappy. It looks like I didn't get all of it. Either that or I think the other thing that I did is ground it down a little too much. But up here on the side, it's looking good. I missed. Add a plate to strengthen the metal. A backing plate, yeah, ARJ, or just, yeah. The top needs to be smooth, dude, for the trunk. The nozzle distance to your work should be about 3/8 of an inch max for proper gas shielding. Oh, okay. 3/8, oh, geez. I'm way out, dude. Because I noticed that some of these are a little rusty. But, oh, almost did it without the helmet. That would have been fun. Oh, there we go. I pulled it. Geek, I just did what you said. I tried to drag it across, and that worked really well. Thank you. 3/8. All right, I got that. I can do that. All right, I'm going to try to tack the very end here. Ready? I dragged it across. Looks like we got it. Good. Good, 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 good. That's good for that side. We got it. Yeah, DX. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah, now we have, yeah, see, I built that blob. There's a little bit of a hole just to the south of it, or this way, but I'll get it. I got it. We filled it. It's not pretty, but we did. It's okay. No one's going to see it anyway, as long as it's smooth. Okay, I got to be very careful. Let me just take a look at this all the way around. Did we get most of it? There's still a little hole right in the center, so. I got it. Agualex, I also think I'm not holding this in place long enough. Let me just check for holes. Did we blow through it all over there? Nope. No, we didn't. It's just over here that we got to worry about now. All right, so I'm going to try to build up the weld on this side. Or should I build up on the good plate and go this way? Should we build up this way and go that way? Or try to find where the good metal is and then go this way? Good plate is your vote. You go that way. I'll go home. Thick to thin. Good plate to thin. All right, that's going to be a weird movement. Let me just practice it real quick. So we got to... Okay, I think I got it figured out. All right, we got to be careful. I don't want to blow through. Ready? I pulled it. We got it. A little bit. I built up a pull, and then I think I pulled too much. But I did get a pull to go in, so. All right, I'm going to try to pull again. Ready? I see the pull. We went across. I got it. Good. Good, 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 good. I got it. I really kind of, I did the cursive E all the way across. Yeah. We're not ruined. We are saved, chat. I might want to try to see if I can get in on this side and go this way with the welder. Now weld against that weld with the blob as the stopper. All right, Geek, this is going to be a freaking weird angle. There's a car in the way. Maybe I should do lefty. I might have to go at this lefty. Ready? I blew through over here. That's not good. It's a good weld though, it's not bad. Watch me be good at welding left-handed. That would just piss me off. I punched through. This, I didn't cut out enough steel. I think that's the lesson here. I'll try to pull that and too much heat. Yeah, there's not a lot over there. I just blew through, making the hole bigger. That's what she said. Balls. Yeah, it looks like I probably should have put more plate in. I probably should have cut out more. All right. Well, I'm worried about putting too much heat in here. So let me just kind of go over up here and see if we can get it right. There we go. So we still got a little bit of a hole in the gap right there. It's just a weird angle. I'm gonna try to get in from the other side of the car. The problem is that there's a quarter panel in the way. See if I can weasel my way in there and go. Too much heat, shorter burst, like 1 to 2 seconds. Okay, yeah. I'm trying to chase it, you know, and that's probably not a good thing, right? No, there's no way in hell I'm fitting over here. Okay, yeah, that's not happening. It's not the trunk lid, guys, it's just the spot. Like, I tried to fit in between that and the leaf spring perch. There's no way. There's no way. So I'm gonna go at it from the top, from this way, instead of coming at it from like this direction. I'm gonna go at it from the top and see if we can get at it that way. I need a light on this. I can't see it. Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna get that stupid light even though it's running out of batteries. Yeah, I keep blowing through. That's all thin, dude. It's all super thin. We might need a longer metal strip here, guys. And I honestly, I think that's me, because I hit it with a flap disc. I think I took too much material off. I think this is me. I think this frame rail is okay, or it was okay, and I took too much off. Well, we seem to have, yeah, getting at it from a different angle helped. I got it. Heat is your enemy. Yeah, I know. Okay, I'm gonna go back over here and fill that last bit. There's a little gap right there. Slow the movements a little bit. Okay. Okay, we got that filled. Let me just see if I can get that last bit on this side. Got it. I left a little bit of wire over there though. Now, we got most of this filled, but what are we going to do about that? I think I'm going to go back in the car to do this. Okay, I'm going to get at this and I'm going to try to swirl it around. I know that the vertical on the frame rail is good. The vertical is good, so I'm going to try to swirl it to the bad stuff. I don't know, that's probably not going to work, but I'll try. Well, we built up a little seam. We're getting there. I'll see if I can do it again. That wasn't too bad. I built it up. We're just replacing the blown out metal. Yeah, we're getting there. That swirling thing is working. At least I think it is. Hang on, I keep getting too much wire on the end. I think I gotta slow down because I think I'm pulling away too quickly. Yeah, we're filling it up, which is good. Okay. I think I still see a little bit of a hole right in the center there. TIG? No, this is a MIG welder. Okay, I'm just moving around. I got it to swirl that time. That was really nice. Okay, I think I built up enough there, fellas. I'm just worried that when I go to grind it down, it's just going to go away again. Yeah, I burnt my gloves a little bit. Yeah, it looks like I didn't warp it too hard. All right. The other thing is that there's a little pinhole right there on the leaf spring perch. I'm just going to get at that and see if I could swirl a pool across. You guys can't see it. See that little pinhole? It's weak. The metal's thin right there, but it's not thin on the leaf spring perch. I'm going to make sure the leaf spring perch has a backing plate and go. I'm going to let that cool off and then we'll hit it with the flap disc. So let me just get in here like this, and it did not like that at all. I don't think I was close enough. I am not getting a good connection there. There's rust. Balls. There's rust underneath it. All right, I'll start this way and move that way. Tap and brush this. Yeah, I'm just trying to get this a little figured out up here. Just nope. All right, I got to be careful there. All right, let me shut the welder off. Shut the welder and the gas off. Welder's off. Gas is closed. EJ is sweating. Sweat, 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 sweat. All right, take the grounding strap off. It does not like the bottom there, dudes. If you want some quick tips, I can FaceTime you. Yeah, no, I'm good, dude. Like, I appreciate it, man. This is just one of those things I got to figure out, man. Like, I know what I need to do. I just can't make my hands do it. You know? See last. Ventilation. Open the garage door for some fresh air. Probably a good idea. Turn the fan on. So you have the habit of pulling out too quickly in your welding. Yeah. Got to be careful with not zapping yourself. That welding jacket is like wearing a winter coat, man. You know what? We'll roll up the sleeves. Nice farmer tan. Oh, thank you. Oh yeah. I got 2 tickets to the tractor show, bro. 2 tickets to the look. You got 2 tickets to the tractor show, dog. Sun's out, guns out. That's right. Sweat washes off, burns don't. That's a good point. So yeah, I'm gonna hit this with a wire brush, not the wheel. I don't want to put too much heat into it. So let me get the brush out and we'll see what the brush does. And I know exactly where it is because it's right where I left it. Yes. All right, let's see the fruits of our labor here. I'm a little worried about that, but you know, we got good steel here and good steel here, so that's not going to make that much of a difference. It's plated behind it anyway. Let me take care of that. You didn't see that, okay? You didn't. It's still there. I mean, I'm still popcorn welding the hell out of this stuff, but you know, the pools look nice. All right. I think we're okay. Yeah. Globulus formation. It's not my best work, but you know, it's work. But yeah, there you go. I mean, we patched it. I got to get in here with the flap disc. I did buy new flap discs. I got new flap discs. Where are my new flap discs? I don't know where the new flap. They're in the car. Cool. I left them in the car. Excellent. All right. I gotta go get the flap discs. I'll be right back. 1 second. Just enjoy the company of the crew cab charger. I'll be right back. 1 second. The car keep you company, chat? Vertical arm rusted sheet metal. I like to throw myself to the fire, can't see me. And as long as everybody's constructive, I don't care. Like even if people are unconstructive, you know how the world works. If somebody's going to come in here, somebody's going to be a jerk, I tell them to eat shit. I'm trying to learn. I know I'm trying to learn. I ain't no expert. This isn't an Instagram weld. I'm just trying to fix my stupid car. Right? Like, that's it. That's the end of it. So we have some nice flapper discs. Slackster, 52 months, dude. Thank you. Dude, I'll do it. I'll do it. I got this. Yeah, Peter, we're good, man. We're good. As long as people are constructive, I don't really care. I don't really care. That's up to me to decide whether they're constructive or not, and sometimes I get it wrong, but it's okay. I love your ability to jump in and try, get analysis paralysis. Thank you for the content. Yep. Yeah, haters can go flip burgers, dog. There you go. There you go. Let me get my key. I gotta change the... Love the workspace? Thanks, Oats. You guys paid for it. Not gonna lie to you. This is your doing. I lived in an apartment for a long time. And all my cars sat out and rotted away. But we're here and we can fix it, so it's good. You fixing your car? Newmark, I'm doing something. There's a lot of stuff. Yeah, we're fixing the car, and let's just say there's a long list of things to fix. Now, wait a minute. You can't blame us. Yes, I can. I'm the streamer. I'm jealous of that shop. Well, like I said, guys, it took 10 years. 10 years of grinding. I burned my mid-20s away with you. Actually, I burned most of my 20s away. I started streaming 23, 24. Worth it. That's all I'm saying. Worth it. Worth. Got a shop. A lot of people wish they had. I worked hard. That was a lot of streaming, dude. It was a lot of streaming to get this, man. It took a long time. By the by, how are your cars? Not in the way, I hope. Oh, they're rusting out into the ground. I'm just kidding, man. They're fine. I haven't started either one of them in a little while, or knock. That's because they're covered, or the Camaro's covered up. I haven't started the Camaro in a good while. But, yeah. In Florida, everybody has garages, but they aren't used to store cars. They're used to pile up the extra junk you can't bring yourself to throw away. So yeah, this garage is the result of 10 years of grinding streams out from like 2013 to 2023 when we moved. Yeah, it's a lot of work. But worth it, man. That's the thing. I'm persistent. You guys know that. I might not get it right. I'm not perfect, but I'm persistent. And that's really what matters, dude. Seriously, in this day and age, as long as you want to do it and you just keep doing it, As long as it's something that you see worthwhile in doing, like, don't keep doing it if you work at a fast food job and hate it, you know? Like, this, it's worth it, man. I worked hard. And I'm not trying to be like, oh, work hard, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, boy. Like, I'm not trying to go full crazy like that. Like, this is pretty good, man. I made a good living off of streaming, and now I have a shop. Because that's what I wanted. I want to build cars and rockets and stuff in here, man. That was always the plan. Well, wasn't always the plan. That became the plan. You got some soft hands, boy. Pick yourself up by your bootstrap. Yeah, I know. I don't. Not everybody needs to hear that, you know. Just, I can only anecdotally tell you my success. Like, I wouldn't even call it success at this point. I still suck ass at welding. But Kung Pao Jeff, there you go. But yeah, I think in a sea of, you know, negativity, right? Everybody's like, oh, I'll never do this. I'll never be able to own a house. I'll never be able to own my own shop. Sea of negativity, it still can be done. It's hard. I sacked a lot. You don't see EJ posting like selfies from, you know, like, oh, look at this national park. I decided to take a week or a month off from work, take a sabbatical. I wanted to find myself. You know, I never did any of that. I never really had a choice, but whatever. Technically, the bank still has a shop. Yeah, I know you guys like me, but I don't think you like me that much. The bank has a shop. I'm just using it right now. You're not wrong, bro. Rockets, not missiles, before people get it twisted. Yeah, Peter, exactly. As long as you're happy. Yep. Road trips are work. Love the car streams. Yep. No, Willie, I bought this shop. This shop was pre-existing, believe it or not. I did not build this building. It was here. And the guy that I bought it from gave us a pretty good deal on this house, because buying real estate in Massachusetts is expensive. Guy gave me a good deal because I told him I'm going to work in the shop. I'm going to work in the shop every day. And I keep my word. At least I try to. I'm not perfect, but anyway, let's get the grinding wheel to it, man. I got a hearing protection, got safety glasses. Let me put my hat on. Don't want to mess up my hair, you know. That's why they call it Taxachusetts. 22%, dude. But family's here, and people that I know are here, and that kind of have to, man. I have roots here. But anyway, yeah, we got a good deal. The guy gave us a good deal, and more importantly, we got a good rate. We're locked in at 4. Not great, not terrible, but not what it is now. Four is insane. Bro, look at the rates now. What do you mean 4 is insane? What are you talking about? What do you mean? Yeah, I mean 4 is crazy if this was normal. If real life right now was normal, 4 would be nuts. That's the end of that sentence. That is the end of that sentence, bro. There's a grinding wheel. Look at it. It's beautiful. All right, let's fix it. All right. I don't like using the wheel with gloves, guys, to be honest with you. So before safety people get up on me, I don't like using the wheel with gloves. I am deathly afraid of a glove getting caught and then my fingers going this way with the wheel. So I don't use gloves with it. I do have safety glasses on. I have hearing protection. This thing is loud. Headphone users, this thing is absurdly loud. So just, yeah, headphone users, turn your volumes down. With spinning equipment, dude, I don't like using gloves because, yeah, if it gets caught, your finger's going with it. And I do not want that. All right, here we go. Let's see if old EJ's welds stood up here.
Now, just like the welder, you got to be careful. Just like the welder, you got to be careful. You don't want to put too much heat. You don't want to put too much heat in this thing. That's why I'm moving, constantly moving with the wheel. Put too much heat in, you can warp that metal. It's not bad, man. It's not bad. We definitely warped it a little bit, but it's okay. A couple of holes right there. Just a little, just little pinholes. We can definitely zap that off. Ain't no problem. Dudes, that's pretty good. I mean, yeah, it's not bad. I had some trouble with the seam right here. Hold on. See if I can just kind of get in it at a different angle. Yep. Yeah, it looks like I just got to get at it a little bit more right there. It's that like 20 atoms thick? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe, Jim. That just, amongst anything, guys, this just needs to be flat-ish. It just needs to be like over here. Like, it's the waviness that I'm worried about. I don't want to put too much waviness into it, because if you do, the trunk pan won't adhere to it correctly, right? And then you will have a gap in here, and that's a gap where water can get. We don't want that. Actually, dude, that's really not bad. I gotta get the pools that I made over here. We gotta get those flat. I did warp it just a little bit, and I intentionally left a lot of material here. So when I go back, I'll go back with the grinding wheel here, and I'll zip the edge off right there. Make it nice and flush. One thing I learned, and I learned this from Paintucation, I learned this from Kevin Tates. He's a YouTuber at this point. He's been an automotive show host for a long time. Just leave more metal. Get more metal than you need. It's easier to take it off, like what we're doing now, than it is to put it back on. So always over exaggerate. So like if you look right here, I left probably about 1/16 of an inch more of plate. I did that when we took our measurements with the original plate. And yeah, that was entirely done on purpose. So I'll go back and we'll grind this smooth, and then it'll look like it belongs there. You would never know. Check the back edge of this. Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah, okay. There's a little bit of wire on the back side of this, but it's okay. This, I'm not really too worried about the bottom surface down here. I'm not too worried about it because that's not what I'm welding to. The trunk pan's going to go on top of this. This is what I'm worried about. That's what I'm welding to. This needs to be right. I don't think you need to be too picky with it. Well, Peter, no one's going to see it, dude, but no one's going to see it. If this was off stream, I'd be pretty happy with this. I will go at it. I'll make it look nice, you know, for the content. But yeah, no one's going to look up in here. You can't. This is going to be all covered. No one's going to be able to see this. I'm deathly afraid of water. I don't want water intrusion on this car. Water intrusion is what got it. That's what ruined this car. That and salt, but yeah. That's what got it. We got a high spot right here. See this piece right here? See how it's dark? We didn't get, there's a low spot right there. I might go back and fill it with welding bead. And looks like we need to get the grinder up on the front here a little bit more. Fill that hole this side of the upright. Yeah, Wounded. I can't really get at it, dude. The problem is that there's a damn quarter panel in the way. I would like to go at this and just go back. You're talking about this, right? Yeah, you know what, dude? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So this is the seam where we originally welded. Probably should have cut more weld out, but that's okay. This, I know that this part is back here is nice and strong.
Discovery,
So.
go and throttle up.
Yeah, she's paper thin. We definitely have to get back in there. I'm gonna hit that with the wheel, and I'm gonna go back at this with the wheel again now that it's cooled off. All right, I'm getting the wheel back out, dudes. I got my glasses and everything on. Let's check this. Couple pinholes there. There's a little bit of rust under between the frame rail flange and the leaf spring perch. There's just a little bit of rust, and it looks like it got at it. It's all right. It's not the worst. This though, the rest of that came out real good. Look, it almost looks like it's one piece again. See, that's what's cool about metal. You can just make it one piece again. It's really not a big deal. Like you can zap that piece right back in, and now it looks like it's been there for 50 years. There's a couple of pinholes that we're gonna have to button up, but yeah, not bad, dude. We got to do something about this over here, though. See, this metal is paper thin. That's our seam, the original seam weld. We're gonna have to build up more material here, dudes. Actually, that's pretty flat, dude. It's a little low right here. We're gonna have to bend it up just a little bit, but that's okay. This all came out pretty good. Yeah, not bad, dude. Not bad. Couple of pinholes. Easy. Easy to fix. Nice. Pretty happy. That came out pretty good. I mean, my welds still suck. Complete ass, but it's okay. It's all right. It's all right. That's super smooth, dudes. Yeah, we got to bend a little bit right here. And yeah, that's not bad at all. No, she good. I'm happy with that. There's a couple pinholes here and there. I want to get one more spot with the grinding wheel. Yeah, little pinhole there. Actually, they're not pinholes. They're just low spots. I don't think anything is going through. Oh, yeah, nope. There's two pinholes there and there. There's one right there, two there, and then we got to clean that up. All right, let's get the welder out again, dudes. I'm actually pretty happy with that. That's pretty sweet. Can you get some scrap and weld a sculpture for the garden for practice? Well, of course. What do you think this is? I'm going to store it outside, Pete. I'd prefer to just learn, dude. Like, trust me, if there's a red flag that somebody says, like, no, I don't do that, don't drive that, believe me, somebody's going to let me know, right? Like, and that's fine. Like, I want you to please backseat the hell out of this. If you don't think I'm doing something right, if you don't think I'm building it back in a way that's not going to reinforce the car and it'll compromise the structure, let me know. Let me know, dude. I'm serious. What other streamer is going to say that? Backseat the hell out of me. I don't know. I'm not good at welding. I am good at structure. I played way too much Kerbal to not be good at structure. You know? Okay, then please stop grinding thin metal thinner. Done. Do you think I should leave it? Can't see me? Think we should leave it the way it is? There's a couple of pinholes here and there, but if we coat it in paint, I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. Leave it and paint it. Really good. There's a lot of structure there for support. Cool. All right. Hit it with the paint. I'm going to back the camera out so I don't screw up the camera lens a little bit. I will coat that sucker and steel it. Here, this camera's got metal shavings all over it. Crap. I screwed it. I don't want to screw up this camera. It was expensive. All right. Yeah, she's bending a little bit. There's bad metal right here. But the leaf spring perch is there. Do you think I should go at that? Or just send it? Because this is all good steel from here back. And it's good steel that's plated to the leaf spring perch, basically. Send it. Done. I'm getting to steel it out. This is weld through primer. It's called Steel It. In case I need to get back in there, that's what this is all painted. Everything's painted gray. Just got to get the paint all stirred up. Do a couple test sprays. All right, we good. Done. All right. Yeah, you could definitely see where my plate was, but that's all right. That's definitely stronger now. It ain't going nowhere. Yeah, you guys can't even see that on camera. It's just off by about a 1/16 of an inch, but that's fine. Where's the perch? I got the perch for the other side. The perch is, for this side, it's on the right-hand side of the screen. See where that tube is going through where the tube is going through on the right, like kind of rail? That's the leaf spring perch. This leaf spring perch is structurally fine. I would repair it. Yeah, wounded. Well, I hit it with some paint, so I'll go back at this part a little bit later. Let's move to back here. That's the next objective. Getting the frame rail ends, getting the ears and tabs for the frame rail ends is the next big thing that we got to do here. So I'll let that be, and now we got to figure out how to do this. We did talk about plating it. I don't know if that's what I should do. I kind of was intent on it, but no, I don't know. I shouldn't second guess myself. There we go. It's well lit. Set up for a modern day crumple zone. Well, it definitely will crumple. That's for sure. I don't think this will crumple. That might. Okay. So when I put this on, I did what I did before. There's too much metal here. I know we're off by probably about 1/8. This goes too far back. I know it does. So we're going to have to figure that out. And we also need to rebuild this flange here. I got to rebuild the tabs here, here, and here, because there's tabs that go off this way. I never noticed them before when we made this originally. Yeah, no problem. No problem. And also, I kind of welded this on a little crooked. It's kind of going that way a little bit, but it's not going to be that big of a deal. So we got to make some metal tabs to weld here, here, and here. That's going to be fun to get that right. So I should probably clear off the ends, and then I got to put a plate. I don't know. Should we still? My heart's kind of telling me, you know, plate it like the factory, but the factory would have bent this. You know, they wouldn't have welded it on. It would have been on the frame rail, and they would have bent them out. Plate all the way across? Oh, well, of course. The rear cross member, dude, is doing that job. So this piece is supposed to go onto here like this. I mean, I'm not going to put it all the way on because we're missing a couple of pieces. But if you notice right there, there's a little bit of curvature. That little bit of curvature is the only stored logic I have about where this thing needs to exist in 3D space. That's the only thing I got. See, I got to line the hole from the rear cross member up. But we can't really get to that point until we get the flanges and stuff. But see, there's tabs that would go over here, here, and here. But you could see that this has got a little bit of space because we're not exactly lined up, which means I got to get a little bit off of the edge of this thing. So we got to really measure, and we got to figure out in 3D space where this thing lives. So I have that as a datum. That shows the position. But the bracket, there needs to be a piece of steel here that goes right there. There needs to be another one right there with a hole in it. And then there needs to be a little tab here. There needs to be two tabs there, there, and there. We got a work cut out for us, dudes. Now, when I first got the rear bumper out and everything out, it just ripped the cross member out like paper. It tore the whole damn thing out like paper. So this tab right here, where the tab should be, is a little bit bent. I'm going to clean up this edge. I'm going to try to bend it up and back into position. And then we'll go from there. Are you going to sandblast the rust there? I don't have a sandblaster, dude. Not yet, at least. I'm working on it. Where's my pliers drawer? Here we go. Here is the pliers. Oh, well, this is an adjustable wrench, but it'll work. So what I'm going to do with this adjustable wrench, like I said, when I went to pull this out, You know the paint's still wet, asshole, right? Oh, really?
Oh, this is space.
Fluffy gifted 2 subs. Nice. So this is the part where I'm using very specialized hand sanitizer to get that wet paint off of my hand, you know. You know, because steel paint on your hand is always good. So let me just get at this with the adjustable and just try and bend this up a little bit. Trying to bend the perch flat. Fluffy, thanks for the 2 subs, buddy. Appreciate it. There we go. Yeah, this I'm not sure what we're gonna do. See, I want to cut the rust out, but if we cut the rust out, we lose where this thing is in 3D space. So I believe it or not, I kind of need this, like as weird as that sounds, I need this to figure out exactly where this is, where this thing lives. And then from there, I can get a good understanding of how I need to cut this square and then go from there. And make things, and lay by the bay and make things out of clay. I just may. Now I'm looking at this, welding this in crooked I might not have enough meat right here. That would be a problem. I should have made sure that this was flush, because I did leave a lot of extra material, but I think this frame rail came in a little, this frame rail thing that I redid, it's slightly clocked this way, and that's, I might not have enough edge here. So let me get a straight edge and we'll kind of take a look, see if we can figure out where things live. Actually, this edge is pretty dang right, because we have to put a plate. We're going to put a plate across this, right, to replicate the frame rail ears. So if I'm looking at this right, there's about a 1/16 of an inch there. That's actually pretty good. This is the side that's actually might be too much. Now, what I really got to figure out is that if we're square, so I'm going to use part of the frame rail that I know is square. Let's see if we're nice and square to this. No, this side's a little bit too much. We gotta take some metal off here with the grinding wheel. Weld the bumper, attach it. We ain't going to space with this build. What do you mean, Brun? It's got to be straight, dude. If it's not straight, it's not. One thing I notice is that you really kind of get this. I'm not looking for like a 1/1000th of an inch tolerance or like less than a mil tolerance here. I'm looking for a 1/4 inch, right? We're a little bit far out here. I just got to zap off a little bit of this over here. We just got to take off a little bit of the metal. I need to make sure that that's flat. Trust me, if you see what here, I'll just show you, dude. Look, I know it's not rockets. I understand it doesn't need to be super precise, but here, back it out and I'll show you what I'm seeing. See what I mean? This is too far out. Remember, we're welding a 1/16 of an inch plate to it. So this, visually right now, should look like it's a little bit behind that flange. See what I mean? See the gap? That's good, because I'm going to weld a plate to it. Then we weld the cross member to that. The plate will replicate where the frame rail ears are. It'll be easier to weld that together, right? We'll replicate where the frame rail ears are. And then we put the rear cross member on. We got to get it nice and square. If we get this square, then we can measure to that bracket square, cut that out, and redo that bracket. So I got to get in here with the flap disc, right? And we need to back off a little bit. Now, how much I need to back off, we got to figure that out. Once again, I know it's not rocket science, dude. All right, Sun Temple, see ya. I know it's not rocket science, but this has to be right so we could get the rest, so it lines up with the other side. This is very important to get this correct. We are not square at all. See what I'm talking about? Yeah, that whole frame rail is going this way a little bit. That's no matter. It's not that big of a deal. But it's enough to really want to get this correct. All right, I really just got to start by taking off metal here. All right, let me get my safety glasses on, hearing protection. We already have the grinding wheel on, so let's get at it. little bit more. A little bit more on the corner. Let me measure again. I still think it's pretty cool that you have the stones to show the learning process. I'm confident enough in myself to get it right, Streets. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate you watching, dude. Yeah, we're getting there. Definitely getting there. I went a little too heavy over here, so I got to get a little bit at the corner. Once again, you don't want to take off too much. I just got to get at this corner piece a little bit. Just a little bit more on the frame rail here. How's that looking, dudes? It still curves off a little bit right there, but are we looking pretty flush? How's that? That's not bad. I went a little bit too much. I did a little bit too much right there, but that's okay. Just blowing off the camera. The camera's got metal all over it. And that's what I mean, dude. It's just got to be close. It's got to be close enough that I can plate it and it's not an issue. Bad Chad lays tape down and grinds it so he knows where he wants to end. Oh, that's a really good idea. Oh, that's a good call. Yeah, I probably should have done that. I probably should have done that. That would have made sense. Huh. Well, good to know. Thanks, man. That's a good tip. Actually, I like that a lot. It's pretty flush now. It's pretty damn close. This needs to be aligned with this edge. See this edge right here? That all needs to be more or less straight. If you can see this on camera, this needs to be about a 1/16 of an inch back so I can put my plate across here so we can mount this correctly. I think we're damn close. That's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good, man. That's good enough. Like, once again, you can see right here my mistake of putting this in a little bit. It's clocked a little bit this way. That's probably just how I bent the metal. See how this tab goes that way a little bit? It's okay. We can make up for that. We have to add here, here, and here, and then we got to plate it. So where should we start? Where should we start, dudes? Yeah, I like that tape method. That's a good idea. I'm sure you mapped it out and the new trunk pan works out to the measures. Sit it down in the car and can weld the problems. I've tested the trunk pan in there, but I'm not going to weld it in. We're not burning in the trunk pan yet. But the trunk pan, that's a good point, Run. The trunk pan could give us a good clock also, because there's a pinch. There is a pinch weld. Let me check our diagrams here. Yeah, that's actually a good call. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Let's get the trunk and we'll put the trunk pan in, not to weld, that'll help us. It will help us find this. I'll show you how I know. So the old fascia, this is the reason why I haven't cleaned this up yet. The old fascia still has a little bit of the trunk. See it right here? That's trunk. That's the trunk pan. It butts up against the back of the rear fascia here. And then the cross member, the trunk overlaps the cross member. The top of the trunk cross member flange is right here. See it? Well, what's left of it? So the cross member is here. The cross member is an L shape like this. And then the trunk is an L shape like this. So this L goes there, and that L goes there. So the trunk overlaps the cross member. If we can mock up the trunk, we can figure out exactly where that cross member lives, and we can go from there. That's a good idea. I like that. So let's have some fun. This is also a huge morale victory, putting this thing in. So I'm going to move the camera back so I don't knock it over. I lost a really, really nice camera last time I did that. And let's put the pan in as best as we can. Let me move the welder out of the way. I don't want to knock that over either. So I'll get the trunk pan and then we'll throw it in there. Do you already have a name for this art piece? This is the Crew Cab Charger. That's my name for it. So the bottom of the trunk pan should have a lip. It should have a lip right here. Yep, there it is. See my hands on it right there. That lip, the rear cross member will fit through this lip right here. So let me put this in the car. You're gonna see some plumber's ass here, guys. Sorry about that. I probably should wait to get a better camera shot, but there's some rust in the wheelhouse that's still getting at it. Give me one sec. Yep, there we go. Crack happens, that's right. Let me just make sure I'm in the car now. I'm just pulling this pan forward to more or less where it needs to live. It made it on this side. It's just, there's a little bit of, looks like seam sealer that's getting stuck on the driver's side here. Come on, you bastard, come forward. Some of the old trunk is still on the driver's side wheelhouse, but that's supposed to go in there like that. It's not straight, but it's close. And then, where's that rear cross member? Here we go. And then this sucker goes right here. See this lip right here? I don't know how well you guys can see it. The cross member goes right there. That's where this all needs to live, like that. Oh yeah. Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of massaging to do. That's how that needs to go.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
If I want that trunk pan to be nice and snug in there, we're gonna have to grind a little more metal off in the from the wheelhouses and stuff. There's still metal on that wheelhouse, and that's preventing the pan from seating exactly right. So, excuse me, you're gonna see plumber's butt again. Hear that? When I went to pull it out, that thunk? That's what I mean. There's a bunch of crap over there and over there. We're gonna have to grind all that off. But I'm worried about it because that's a lot of stuff that we're gonna need to remake the bottom of some of the wheelhouses, dudes. So it's gonna be a pain in the butt. Total control over remove and replace it. I like it, Peter. It's a good idea. Good call. Bad Chad helping us out. So, look over here. See that jagged metal on the wheelhouse right there? Let me get the light on it. See all this? That's what's preventing that thing from going in there. It's the remnants from the old trunk pan flange. And I'm gonna have to cut it out because there's no fixing that. That's junk. Yeah, I see that? This piece all up in there. But I would like to have a location for where this freaking thing needs to go. Because the wheelhouse is pretty good. It's not bad. It's just that part where the trunk decided to rust it from the inside out. I don't want to cut it out completely, but let me get in there with my own eyes and not the camera, and we'll see. So I'm carrying a little spotlight here. Okay. What's here? Okay. So we got our wire. This is the wire harness mounts. This is where the tail light wire harness goes, so that's what that metal tab is. It looks like it got caught on that. That's okay. Yeah, there's just a little bit of trunk pan there, a little bit of trunk pan there. There's a little bit of seam sealer up here at the front, fellas. But this is the troublemaker right here. I don't want to snip this out, but we might have to. But you know, what I'm thinking is we could snip this out. If we get the trunk pan completely centered, the trunk pan will give us a spot to make the plate to put that back in. So, you know, it's not the worst idea getting rid of it. This is just leftover spot welds that didn't get drilled all the way through. But yeah, this is supposed to be all the way over here. I don't know if you guys can tell. There's supposed to be metal right here. The bottom of the wheelhouse is supposed to overlap the bottom of the trunk pan. See, there's a little lip. I don't know if you can, I don't know how well you can see that. The wheelhouse is supposed to go lower than the damn trunk pan. Looks like I missed a spot weld right there when I took this out originally, but don't worry, it rusted itself out. Yeah. Okay. Wheelhouse, like I said though, nice and solid. Very good. Very, very, very good. Just put that up there, like that. You know what we could do? This part is actually good enough, like there's no crap attached to it. I could snip it here, and snip it there, and then, you know, cut a straight edge here, and then, you know, rebuild everything that we need. That might be a good idea, but then again, there's still some trunk pan there too. Okay. I'm also just checking the frame rail while I'm in here. Yep, it's still rusty. We're gonna need to plate that. There's still a hole in it. We'll fix it though. We just fixed another hole in the frame rail, so yeah. What do you think I should do, dudes? Should we snip this? Snip this, call it a day, check for trunk pan fitment and go? Or should I keep measuring, doing it the way I was doing? I'll leave it up to you guys. I'm not entirely sure how to proceed. Brun, I like that idea though. You have reference for the trunk pan from the wheelhouse. Yes, yes I will. Yes, that's what I'm thinking. So it might be okay to just snip it. Dumb question, how much is a replacement well? The replacement well is not expensive. Hard job. I mean, I could. I don't. It might be out of my skill level, man. It might be, that might be, like I'm willing to put myself out there, dude, but like this, but I'm not entirely sure that I have the technical skill to do something like that. I really, like, not technical skill, that's not the right way to say it. I don't have a frame jig. Well, you don't necessarily need a frame jig for that, but the wheelhouses are good enough that it's just the bottoms that need to be repaired, you know? So, I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's, I mean, dude, we could go to town. We could replace the entire underside of this car, but I don't want to do that. I'm going to snip it, I think, just so we can get the trunk pan in there. I'll keep the piece, and we could always just tape it back on there if we want reference. But I know what the wheelhouses need to do. So, yeah, we'll tin snip some of this out. Let me get my snips. We can slowly replace the entire car part by part. We pretty much are. The only things that we haven't replaced at this point on the back of the car is the right frame rail and the right leaf spring perch, and then the left leaf spring perch, or the left frame rail. The left frame rail is, we should replace it. But once again, I'm just not confident enough in my skills to be able to get this thing right back to where it needs to be. That's a lot of spot welds to drill. It's a lot of spot welds to drill out, man. I hate drilling spot welds. I really didn't like it when we drilled all of them out in the trunk. That was like 150 spot welds. That was not fun. The Coronet of Theseus. Well, I don't really care how much of this car is original, though. You know what I mean? Like, the Coronet of Theseus. The rails are good in front of the rear axle. They're fine. And the rear pan's pretty good too. The front of the wheelhouses are fine as well. At least as much as from what I could tell. Like, it's nothing that we can't just replace with welding stuff back together, you know. In this time period, did they use lead in the body? Yes. Only in certain areas though. Peter, it's got a lead seam right here. Right there. You can see it. It's right here. You're not going to be able to see it on camera. I can see it. I know it's there. And I know it's there from just a lot of research. There's a lead bracket right here for the quarter panel. Quarter panel sub-assembly, the stamping goes all the way up to about, actually it's more like halfway. It's more like right here. Now, the other reason, Rojo, for not wanting to do the wheelhouses is that the wheelhouses are connected to the C-pillar. And that's what I mean about a frame jig and structure. There's a huge metal bracket that goes up and connects into your roof structure right here. Not getting that right means your roof's never gonna be straight again. I just don't have the tooling here to get that done right. Maybe in the future. But I'm kind of keeping this backyard for a number of reasons. I'm keeping it backyard because I don't feel like spending a crazy amount of money on all this stuff and then figure out that I suck at it. You know what I mean? I gradually step into it. We're doing some backyard stuff here with just metal bracing. Maybe one day we'll have frame jigs and we jig the thing and we make sure that, you know, like a 70 Super Bee is laser straight, you know? I know what needs to be done there. That's just, I don't have 10 G's for a frame jig, man. Nor would I want to spend 10 G's on a frame jig right now, even if I had it. I'd cut it and patch it. I think that's the right move. I'm going to stop talking. Let me get my tin snips. Whenever I get to a point where there's something that's, you cannot undo it with the car, I always get a little nervous. That's why I'm sitting here yapping my butt off instead of working. I always get a little, I can't undo this. There's no undo button. Yeah, well, make the undo button and fix it, jackass. How about that? All right, so let's just get a snip right here. And then snip right there. You see, I come from the computer world, man, where there's an undo button if you screw up. There ain't no undo button here. And that makes it a little hardcore. But hey, we like playing on high difficulty with every game that we play anyway, so whatever. Come on, you bastard. Let's go. A knot. Bastards. Let me get my angled snips. The straight snips are having trouble getting in there. I knocked over my carbide burrs, because of course I did. And as soon as I did that, the case opened. I'm not sure if you guys heard that nice pinging noise that you never want to hear. Cool. I got my angled snips now. There we go. Almost there. Almost there. Got it. Can always use this as reference if we want. So I'll put this, I'll file this in my keep it but eventually throw it away pile. There we go. Take the grinder to it. You need more sparks. Laszlo, life does not have a reset button. Yeah, but my phone does. Boop, dial tone. All right, there's just a little bit of trunk pan right there, and then the wire harness mount. How am I going to get at that? We could just cut it. There's a little bit that I have to get at. I don't know. I'm going to cut that out. So it's kind of in the dark. You guys kind of can't see it. It's over here. There's a little piece. Here, you guys are going in. You're going in. See that little piece right there? That's sticking out. This guy. See this piece? Right there. Trying to track my finger with the damn camera. That's not really working. It's that piece. Got to get at this little guy. Yeah, if that seemed cramped in there, yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, it sucks. It's really tough getting in there. All right, let me get my snips. I'll just snip that piece out too. We can replace it. I mean, it's already rusty anyway. It's pitted to all hell. So let me just... try to make it relatively square. The interesting thing about these wheelhouses, guys, is that from what I can tell here, this is not 16 gauge. The wheelhouses seem to be 24 gauge steel. All right, we can get the rest with the grinding wheel. See all the rust in there? Look at water got in there. That was originally 2 sleeves that were this thick, and look at how thick it is now. It's because 2 pieces of it, the water got in through the top here and rusted the snot out of it. You can see this thing had a pool of water in it at some point. I'm wondering if this car was submerged at all, dude. The more I look into this, but then again, it's probably just the trunk. Here, I'll switch to the other camera. Look. This was 2 24 gauge pieces of steel, and now it's more than 1/8 of an inch thick. So for everybody else, it's 2 like millimeter thick pieces of steel, maybe 2 mil, and it's like 5 or 6 mil thick because it rusted out and all the rust expanded in there. No good. Whole car is like that, man. Well, the whole back of the car is like that, I should say. Front of the car seems to be okay. All right, now that that's out of the way, we should be able to get the trunk in there. Let me change the camera angle here. You know what? Let's see if the Vivitar wants to work today. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the Vivitar. Look at that. Yeah, even though I told it to not show any of that, it's still doing it. Camera sucks. But don't worry, this shot is so overexposed you can actually see in the car, which is pretty good. All right, trunk pan in again. Once again, hey Chief. What's going on, buddy? You're gonna see some plumber's ass here. My bad. Look at the pan, not my butt. What's wrong with you? It got stuck on the wire harness mount. Stuck on the front wire harness mount now. There we go. All right. Didn't just cross my fingers, I swear. There we go. Let me just make sure we're teed up on the front. Oh, you said pan, not pant. Yeah, okay, that's fair. I played myself on that one, dudes. Okay. This trunk pan is more or less where it needs to be. That's pretty damn close. Just a little bit of Portuguese fortress magic, Spanish castle magic. Sorry, I gotta change the lyrics so we don't get sued. We're not getting sued! It says universal monster, not universal piece of crap like you say. Man, that's gonna suck to get that thing in there. And when we eventually go to weld it, that's gonna really suck. So much rust, what happened? It's old, man. Car's old. What do you want? It's old, dude. It's a 56-year-old car. This thing was never designed to last this long. Grandma, it's not designed to last this long, buddy. That's it, man. Like, it's just not, it wasn't supposed to last this long. I think we might have been might be a little bit off. There we go. Okay, we're pretty plumb. That's pretty close, dude. Yeah. It's about as close as it's going to get for with what we got. Spanish castle magic. I'm just putting the light on the battery, dudes, so we can get some power. All right. Well, I will say it does look right in there. Let me switch back to the overexposed Vivitar. It's not bad. I mean, it's going to be tough getting this thing to really align to the frame rails, but it's actually pretty damn close. That's pretty damn close to where it needs to live. And once we have this all zapped back in, dude, that's the camera. Once we have this all zapped back in, we'll, yeah, we should be. It's going to be easier to build everything back out from it, dudes. Yeah. What's that? Oh, no. What are you doing?
It doesn't matter what music you're listening to while fishing, as long as it is something catchy.
It's Monday. For the love of Christ, Geeson. It's freaking on a freaking Monday. On a freaking Monday, dude. It's Monday. Leave me alone. Damn it. You pillock. You bloody pillock. That's what you are. You're a freaking menace. You know what you are? A bloody busybody. You incompetent flatfoot. Nope. Missed that. What's the installation order for the new parts? So Martin, we got to repair the frame rails, got to do the leaf spring perch, get the tabs on, And then I have to do the tabs. That's really what I'm after right now. That's what I'm trying to get after. The tabs, dude. It's just a little bit of Spanish Castle magic. I got Jimi Hendrix stuck in my head and it's not good. It's not good because I'm going to keep singing it. All right, so let's see how this cross member wants to fit. Nova's planning an attack run. I never knew EJ was a plumber. I can replace a toilet pretty well. That's pretty cool. Right, like that. This is pretty much where this lives. It's just a little bit of British Castle magic. I'm trying to change the word. There. I actually noticed something. That is going to be probably easier to locate than I think it is, dudes. I'll tell you why here in a moment. So check this out. This leaf spring perch that I bought for the left-hand side is telling me a lot. So take a look. So this is the back of the car, right? This is the back, but it's the back on the driver's side, but it's identical, so it should be fine. But see how there's a little tab right here? There's a little open spot between the metal bends. I'm wondering if the cross member slides into that because I slid the thing in. I did that with what's left of the original ones on both sides, and the cross member kind of snugged itself into place.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
I figured out the best way to get beef to restaurants. You have to get it moving.
But yeah, I think the cross member is supposed to like kind of pick up on it and lock itself in, which is good. Yeah. Oh, I see. I know how this all picks up on this. That's how they did this. We don't even need the trunk pan in there, which it's okay. It's fine. So the very back of the leaf spring perches has a tab that sticks out and it's slotted. Here, let me show you. So this is the front of the leaf spring perch. This is the back of the car. So that cross member piece would be right here. Now look, see how there's a little slot right there? Envelope slot. The cross member is shaped like this. It's shaped like an L, and it fits. It fits in like a puzzle into that gap. And I did that with what was left of the original, these things, right, that are on there. I did what was left, and the cross member kind of like clicked into place almost like a Lego. And now it's stuck there. Now it ain't moving. And I have a feeling that that is where that needs to go. Like, I've noticed with how Chrysler did their stampings, and I can only assume that this happens with real, like this is how real cars work. They fit together kind of like Legos. I'm serious. They fit together, like some of them are spot welded, but some stampings are designed to like kind of click together. In some cool news, the ISS got a good image of the Mount Etna eruption. All right, dude. That's cool. My crew cab charger is afraid of wet. Thanks, Space Pope. Yeah, I would want to get some reference. Hang on. I think I can find something here. This zombie build, the Chrysler zombie build right here. Mom B has a really nice picture of the back after they fixed it. That car's a lot cooler than mine, but that's all right. Yeah, we're going to have to do all that eventually. I ran some days, and if Elon is right, Flight 10 is June 17th. June 17th? Oh, dear. I'm looking for some reference, guys. Fortunately, this kind of car is super popular, so there is a lot. And Graham, what did I tell you? What did I tell you, dude? Hold on. What did I say? Do you remember that whole conversation we had after Flight 9 about how I think taking your foot off the gas is an extremely stupid idea right now? If anything, go faster. Did I not say that? Your boy knows what's good, dude. I know how this stuff works. Don't ask me how that my peanut brain was able to understand this, but like I said that. I wouldn't steer you guys wrong on this. Go faster. Callie is right. You should go faster. I told you that the next flights are going to come quick. Do you know why? They want to get rid of all the Block 2 stuff. They hate it. They hate it. They don't like it. I told you, the fixes are already coming down the pipe. I said this after Flight 8. Fixes are already coming down the pipe. And that Starship presentation that Elon did the other day is pretty telling. All the fixes were there. V3 Raptor, V3 Booster, V3 Ship. That's going to be flying by the end of the year. So, remember this. EJ's saying this right now. 9 and 10 are probably going to come pretty, or Flight 10 and 11 are probably going to come pretty quick. Pretty damn fast. I would say Flight 10 would probably be in July. 4th week of June, 1st week of July, which blows because that's my vacation, but whatever. I'm not going, or I'm not going to be here. You know what I mean? And then Flight 11, probably sometime July, August. And then you're probably going to see a little bit of a gap from August to September while they finish Pad B. You're probably going to see a little bit of a gap. In fact, I would bet at this point in time that their Pad B schedule is currently be ready by August 1st for Pad B at Boca. If I had to guess, that's probably their internal schedule. Simultaneously, the pad at the Cape is also going to get done. That pad's ETA, SpaceX's internal deadline is to get it done by November. That's doable. A lot of work, but it's doable. Block 2, the mitigations, man. SpaceX doesn't do mitigation. They don't do mitigations. They don't do that. They've been making mitigations to the last couple of Starships because they're just trying to get it into orbit. Because they already have the fix for these problems. You think SpaceX doesn't have the chops to figure out some vibration problems? They launched Falcon Heavy. Of course they can figure that out. Duh. Duh. Like, do you see what's being launched here? I'm pretty sure if they can get 33 engines to work correctly, they can get 6 or 9. They got 27 Merlins, you know, singing in chorus, right? I'm sure they'll figure it out. Falcon Heavy has pogo accumulators. So, how do you know that Raptor 3 doesn't? Now I know what you're going to say. You're going to say, oh, well, we don't see them on there. Yeah, there's a lot of things you don't see on Raptor 3 that it has that it doesn't look like it has. In fact, we learned that the wire harness is integrated into the structure of that vehicle. It's an internal wire harness, so if the engine catches on fire from a leak, it doesn't burn the wire harness out. Gee, I wonder where they learned that. Think about it, dude. I've been saying this the whole freaking time. The fix is coming down the pipe. Do you know how I know? Like, once again, I have my guesses, right? We have guesses about that. But also, guy at SpaceX told me, dude. Remember the guy that I talked to out in the dunes that procures the equipment? Now, don't get me wrong. He didn't tell me anything that anybody didn't know. And my gut was already telling me this. Remember, I think his proverbial name was like Jeff or something. Jeff told me that stuff takes time to procure. He didn't tell me the Block 3 stuff, but he said some stuff is easier to get than others. I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Daggison, I'm saving that for space news, dude. Saving it for space news. Anyway, I got to take the trunk pan out, and I'm kind of procrastinating again because I don't want to take the damn trunk pan out because that hurts my back. But let's go. Let's do it. Let me get the wide shot here. And yeah, I think I figured out that thing is, it tucks up underneath. I'll show you once I get this
Discovery, go and throttle up.
freaking... This thing is heavy, dude. It's heavy. Watch the camera. Okay. Oh no, the cuttlefish and the asparagus. Oh no, the cuttlefish is gonna come out of the trunk. Oh, okay. Frick, that thing's beefy. Whew. All right. See how the cross member is sitting there? See what I mean? See how it's sitting in place? Bandit, go and throttle up. What's up, dude? Shut up, Nova. Not you too. Don't. Frick. Apparently we have time traveled. Yes. I got to find those pictures. I just want to be absolutely sure. I'm trying to figure out exactly where... There's other... Oh, man, I lost it. Oh, God, not the download history. I don't care. Let's go Mopar Connection magazine, copy that, paste that. Yeah, zombie trunk pan, bingo. All right, this looks like a massive project. Yeah, you're not wrong, dude. Bandit, dude, this is big, this is a big deal. This is by far and away the craziest thing I've done with a car. I don't know if you can tell. I don't know if you can tell, buddy. There's we got a little bit of weight reduction going on in this area right here. I took the whole back of the car off because that's what needed to be done, dude. It looked like the damn Titanic back here. It was bad. It was not good. It was not great, man. It was not great. So I'm putting my damn garage to use. But yeah, look, see? Check it out, man. Pretty cool, right? I mean, it's pretty crazy, but hey, it's fine. It's fine. There's no back. Don't panic. We're good. It's also 2023, apparently. I need the other camera. Hold on. Yeah, Bandit. I kind of started doing some car resto. I'm taking all the CAD skills and all the Kerbal jig skills and putting it to work. This is the crew cab Charger, man. I'm amazed you haven't seen this before. I don't want it to be a drag and drive car. I want this, well, I mean, we could make it a drag and drive car. Also, there is a thing that I did off stream. I cleaned the windows and jams in the doors in here because for some reason that piece of glass on the back door was out of its track. So I took the whole damn door apart. Not off the car, but I took the whole door apart and cleaned it. See how clean it is? Look at it. Doesn't that look nice? I cleaned up all the chrome around here. Pretty good. So Bandit, I don't want a drag and drive car necessarily. This is a hot rod power tour car. That's what I want this to be. Dude, I have a 5.7 Hemi lined up for it. I have an 04 Dodge Ram outside. It's rotted out. I bought it from my neighbor. I'm taking the 5.7 out. We're putting it in this. Lipstick on a pig. Not when I'm done with it, bruh. Anyway, so Bandit, like everybody else, my accumulated knowledge about cars is way more, like anybody, like all of us here on the internet, dude. Our accumulated knowledge about cars we get from like Vice Grip, we get from Cleater, we get from, you know, DeBoss, you get from Zip Ties. I wouldn't call that logic, that's something. You get something from Zip Ties and Bias Supplies, but there's a lot of good automotive expertise out there. There's a lot of great influences. I watch all that, that's my favorite thing, and now we're putting it to the test. I'm gonna see if the skills accumulated we're gonna transfer that to this. Now, once again, we don't need to worry about screwing anything up, right? Because it's a 4-door car. Nobody cares about Chrysler 4-doors, Bandit. No, everybody hates these cars. They want 2 doors, which is fine. But the underpinnings between a 2-door and a 4-door, like the trunk pan, is exactly the same. Same car. It's just the doors are different. So we can get all the parts to fix this. And if I screw it up, no one's going to care. And then when we're done, we have a really, really nice cruiser. Ever watch Matt's Off-Road? Of course. Yeah. Dude, I watch all of them, Can't See Me. In fact, yeah, I spent a lot of this weekend catching up. Derek had a 2-hour video from Vice Grip. Cleater had the last day of the month of freedom, which is pretty sick. DeBoss had a new thing about his Hemi-powered Jeep. He bought a Wagoneer. He's going to put a Hemi in it, just like I'm putting a Hemi in this. Who else was out there? Tony Angelo. Stay tuned. Dude, check that YouTube channel out, bros. He put a V12 Aston Martin engine in a Mustang. It's cool. It's really cool. I have no idea how that melon farmer got an Aston Martin engine, but he did. And it sounds righteous. He 3D printed the intakes and stuff out of ABS so they fit inside of the smaller Mustang. Dude, that is a project is chef's kiss, dude. I love Tony. Tony's my guy, dude. I'd love to meet that dude in real life. My father-in-law met him at Hot Rod Drag Week last year. Joe, my father-in-law met him, and you know what he said? He goes, "Hey, do you remember the F2 Shitty?" He's like, "Oh yeah, that truck. Yeah, they beat the crap out of that thing." He goes, "Oh, my son-in-law has it." He's like, "Whoa, no way!" I'm like, "Oh shit." I got digs in there. Yeah, I watch Junkyard Digs. I watch Pole Barn. Dude, I watch all of. There's so much, dude. There's enough accumulated skill there to learn how to do this. Then you just got to go do it, which is what I'm doing now. But I need more accumulated knowledge here. So I'm looking at Mopar Connection here. This is Project Zombie. See the cross member? This is exactly what we need to do right here. They're dealing with the exact same problem that I'm dealing with. Nice. Meaning there's no car. Their frame rails look a little bit better than mine. But see the tabs? See the tabs that go over? We gotta get all that. It looks like the tabs are in a cross member. There's the bumper brackets. Yep, we gotta put those. We bought new bumper brackets. We gotta put those on. They're drilling out the bumper brackets. Those are the tabs we need to remake, dudes. Those are the guys. We gotta do that. That's what we're gonna do now. How do you plan on getting rid of all that rust? Are you going to dip it in acid bath? No. Just So Naval, that's the wrong camera. Naval, what I'm gonna do is cut it out. Cut it out with a grinding wheel and replace the metal. That's it, dude. That's what you gotta do. Yeah, I do have a nice shop, right? But I don't really have all the tools to restore this exactly how we want. Like I would have loved to media blast this whole chassis, media blast the whole thing, put it on a jig and restore the whole thing, but I don't have any of that. Not yet, at least. Anyway, so yeah, we don't got none of that just yet. Someday. I'm thinking that rear cross member does not do that, dude, because it doesn't line up with any of the tabs. All right, cool. And it doesn't look like it does on there either. The lift would make things easier, Bandit. Yeah, that's for sure. Anyway, so those are the tabs we got to remake. I need to go to the next picture. Yeah. Okay, so see the tabs right there? We got to remake those that go over the top of the cross member, and it doesn't look like it clicks in like a Lego piece. I don't think it does. That would have been really nice, but yeah, well, hey, look, at least they had some tabs left. On mine, it's gone. That's all gone. Yep. This is the stuff, the cross member. This is what we got to figure out. This is what I'm looking for. Yeah, and then once we get the cross member on, we got to put the bumper brackets back in. We got to do that, and we have a lot of holes to drill in that damn trunk pan. Yep, we're going to have to do that in the future. We've got to drill 1,000 freaking holes in that thing. Yeah, got to pick up on some of those measurements there. It looks like they plated the back end too. Redid, strengthened the leaf spring perch. Redid some of the frame rail flanges. Oh no, they're putting tubs in. Okay. Yep, we got to do that too. Frick, we got a lot of work to do. All right, I got to shut up. We got to get this done. That's what we got to do. Yeah, see, there's that little slot right there. See that? See how it tapers in? I thought that the thing would fit under it. It doesn't. It doesn't fit under it. It fits on the tabs. See the tab right there? So let's go back over here. No, not the crappy Vivitar. So I don't have tabs just yet on this, right? But we're locked into the bottom piece here. And see, we're way too high for the tabs. See where my finger is? We're way too high. So that doesn't actually do that. But I thought, you know, maybe it might, but it doesn't look like it. It looks like this goes right here, like that, and then it picks up on those tabs that way. So, yeah. Now that we're lined up though, let me check for clearance here. Oh yeah. Dude, we ground that pretty damn flush. So what I just was doing before I was talking too much is that I ground this to make it nice and flush. It's enough to weld. It's good enough. Yeah, we'll definitely make that. Now we need a tab here, we need a tab there, we need a tab there, and we need tabs going this way and this way. Yep. Okay. Cool. All right, so let's rebuild all this and go from there. Let me just check it one more time. I'm like scared. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm scared of not getting this right. This has to be correct. Can't not be right. Okay. Cool. So, fellas, I have another idea. So we could go ahead and rebuild all this, right? And that's a good datum right there. But I would really like to have a spot on the other side where we know this fits. Now, here's the thing. I could weld some tabs on here. We could do it all up. But if we don't get it exactly right, maybe we're too far to the left, too far to the right. Some of these need to have holes in them that are indexed on the cross member, meaning that the cross member has some depth to it. So it has something like this. See that? We have to make sure that the tab goes around that, around this piece, this beveled piece. See that? So we got to make sure that we get those right. But now what I was thinking might be a good idea at this point in time is to go over here. It'd be nice to get a datum over here. Obviously, there should be a tab right here. That's long gone. So I don't know. You guys tell me. Getting the tabs and everything over there on that rail should be good. Like we could do it. But it might be good to get a datum on this side. Now, obviously, we're not getting it off of a bracket, right? Because that's long gone. But I got a new one. Maybe we should switch over to this side for now. Get this new leaf spring perch in, repair the frame over on this side, and if we do it, now we have a datum on the other side to line up, right? Because how this would have been done is frame rails would have gone down first, then the rear leaves, and then the cross member, and then the bumper brackets, and then the fascia on top of that, right? So maybe we should do this first, because then we have reference points on both sides, right? We'll have reference points, no, not the Vivitar. We get reference points on both sides, then we know. And this thing, there's only one way that this thing can attach to the frame rail. And as long as we check and measure and we make sure this goes in the right spot, then we're good. Can't give a tab unless you order something. Give me JSP, give me some Pepsi free, right? Am I thinking about this correctly? Don't go and make any of the things that line up with the cross member over here because they might not. If we can get a measurement on both sides, I can figure out exactly where it needs to go, and we can cut all the tabs correctly so they index right. Even if the passenger side frame rail replacement that I did is a little kinked out, we could still make the right brackets as long as it's more or less flush, right? Does that make sense? Good plan? Yeah? So that means we got to cut the old one of these out. That's another moment, you know what I mean? Is that a good plan? I'm actually asking. I think that's right. I'd prefer to have more points of measurement than not. And once again, there's only one way that this thing can attach. It only attaches in one way. You can't, there's no screwing that up. Now, knowing me, I probably will. You're right? Okay, cool. Does that mean it's time to man up again and cut the left driver's leaf spring perch out? Okay. Okay. Oh, it's time to man up. Time to man up. Dudes, I mean, to be fair, we're already past the point of no return, but this always freaks me out a little bit, dude. You know, I'm like, time to nut up or shut up. Done. Let's go. We got to cut that sucker out. Just give it a little cutty. Cut-a-roo. Happy Gilmore too, dude. Trailer came out today. It looks amazing. I'm not going to lie. It looks amazing. I want to watch it. Just give me something without sugar. Without sugar. Do you have a locator for where that goes or just measurements? So XJ, what I was thinking is I could spray paint. We could paint basically where it should wind up. Like we could paint a marker here and on the bottom of this, because once again, take a look. So this has tabs all over it. So how this thing went in, right? We have a flange up here, right? See that? You got a flange right there, a flange there, right? And that kind of butts up against the frame rail, right? It butts up where these two reinforcement things are in the frame rail channel. I mean, we also got to repair this part of the frame rail. That's going to suck, but it's okay. And that's what I mean about there's really only one place that this thing can live. If I make the marks right there and right there, fortunately we have some good metal right here. We make the marks for that. The bottom of the frame rail is good. We got to clean the bottom of the rail, right? And I have to drill the spot weld for this upside down, which is going to suck complete donkey nuts. Yeah, that's not going to be fun at all. We should be able to relocate it pretty damn fast, man. Aren't you rebuilding all of that? I'm rebuilding the inner rail. This part is getting rebuilt. This part is getting cut off and replaced with that. Are you going to cut out the temporary cross member? Fortunately, the temporary cross member is on good metal. I will not cut this out until I replace the gas tank cross member. Or this is not called the gas tank cross member. This is just the trunk cross member. I will not remove this until that gets welded in position, because that's the brace. See what I mean? Once we get rid of this, weld that in, and then we fudge around with our cross member stuff. The reason why I haven't done this yet is because I need to get in here at stuff. We need to get in, and having that in the way is just a pain in the butt. I don't need another cross member to scrape my back on. You know what I mean? That's the only reason why I haven't put it in yet. All right. Let's do this, dudes. You could temp sheet metal screw that member in place. That's not a bad idea, Article. I'd have to grind the old tabs off, but yeah, that's not a bad idea. But I'm pretty sure that where this is, right here, this is good metal. I'm pretty sure that's okay. We're going to need to section off basically back here. Anyway, I mean, yeah, this needs... Got a lot of frame rail that needs to be redone here. It's okay though, we'll get it. This is, once again guys, I'll reiterate this is the hard part. This is the really difficult part because I don't have anything to build off of. I'm trying to do this in a way that's going to get us a datum so we can get at this correctly. All right. So what I'm going to do with the cutoff wheel, I'm going to zip it right here, and then we're going to zip this right there. So part of these brackets will still be made up here, and then we spray paint them, and then when we get them off, we'll know exactly where they need to go. I mean, it's going to be a lot of getting at this from the other side, but I think that's the right move. I think that's where we should go with this. So let's do it. Tricky, for sure. I mean, I have great respect. Closest get to use my hands for projects is soldering. I'm not good at that. It's all over but the crying. It's all over but the crying. That's the ink spots, right? I'm putting the cutting wheel on. It's all right, Jimmy will keep us company. All right, got my cutting wheel. Okay, let's go. So I got a plan how I'm going to do this. Can't really get at this from a good spot, so all right, ready? We have made our first incision. And just as suspected, there's no metal there, there's just rust. There's entirely nothing there. Holy crap, that thing didn't even cut anything. It just sank through it. Like the weight of the grinding wheel just went right through that damn thing. That was, yeah, there's no structure there. Yeah, this is all gonna need to be replaced. All right, I gotta get down under this thing. There is not much holding this thing in. I'm just having trouble getting at it with the grinding wheel. Got it. All right. Watch. You want to see how much is holding this together? Hear that? You hear that? There was no structure back here. The front was the only thing holding this. There's nothing here. Wow, that's bad. Yeah, good thing we replaced that. That's not repairable. There's nothing to repair here. Guys, yeah, there ain't nothing to repair. See how the snips are just going right through it? There's nothing here. Oh, jeez. There was nothing holding this together. But you see, I left some of the bracket there. I didn't snip the entire bracket off. I just cut it, and the original brackets are there, and we can use those as a reference point now. You can use them as a reference point to figure out where we need to place the new one. Because, oh my goodness, that's bad. Here, let me get some light on it. You'll see what I'm talking about. Where's one of my spotlights? Here we go. See? Wow. Oh man, we got our work cut out for us, don't we? Oh dear. Oh boy. Oh boy. We got our work cut out for us. Yeah. From basically here back, that flange is toast. We got a hole there. Oh wow. Okay. Guys, I'm thinking. All right, let me get my hammer out. Hold on. Let me get the dolly out. The dolly hammer. Yep. Now hear that? That's good metal. Hear the noise change? That's good metal. That's not good metal. Front leaf spring mount was good. This is all good. Oh, thank God. This part of the frame rail is okay. I don't know how, once again. That's not. Hear the difference? Hear the difference in tone? This is all shot. So we gotta like go here and then, we gotta plate it pretty much back to here. This is all toast. Like, look, watch, ready? See that? You can do that. It's bad. That's no good. How much are new frame rails? 200 bucks. New frame rails aren't the problem. That's not the issue. I can get new frame rails. So, one way to tell how much metal is actually left is with your magnet. Move it around and feel the difference. The frame rails, guys, are the root part. If you're here from the Kerbal days, that's the root part of the car. So taking out the frame rail is rerouting the car. That's like building a new foundation for a house with the house built already. You want to build, so you got to raise the entire thing up, build a new foundation under it, and put it back down. That's really hard to do. That is beyond my skill level right now. And that's not like, oh, let's challenge ourselves. No, I will fail at that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Skash, exactly. The frame rail puts off the balance of the entire vehicle. It ends up being more twisted with every weld. Skash, what do you mean? Are you saying replace it instead of welding the sucker back together? I mean, I could buy a frame rail, we could section it if we wanted to. Yeah, I'll need a jig if I want. Yeah, that's what I mean. I'd need a frame rail jig, and I don't have the resources to obtain one right now, nor the budget. I put all the budget into the stupid car. So repairing is what we're going to do. I can replate that. That's not a problem. We can plate it. It's not an issue. I have enough steel. It's just, yeah, we got to replate it, dude. Yeah, I can't see me. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Next time we do this with another car, I'll build the frame jig first. Plus side though, the other patch that we did on this side of the frame is mint. Really nice. Sucks I came in at the absolute most sucky time, man. I feel for you. Yeah, Skash, you know, dude, I'm not like, yeah, that sucks. Like, don't get me wrong, that sucks. But it's okay. I got a new leaf spring perch, man, and I'm smart enough with the welder. We can replate this. I can make a new flange. The frame rail from here, from the front mount, is actually super strong, with the exception of a little hole that's up there. You can see it. You can see that hole right there. That's no problem. But this thing is still strong. Believe it or not, despite it being Titanic, it's still strong. That, and I have it braced. My bracer bar is definitely helping. There would be nothing here if I didn't have that bracer bar. So, believe it or not, despite all this, it's still true. This thing is still strong. It still has structure in it. I don't know how exactly, but it does. So if we replate this, I put a couple backing plates in, we plug weld the backing plates, new plate right here, get us something nice for the leaf spring to hook up to, and then we section off the back of this bitch, right? Excuse my language. We section off the back of this thing. I do what I did on the other side, make a new extension. Yeah, no problem. I really don't think, like, that's a lot of work, but that is doable within the confines of what we have. Oh, Bree's here.
Don't put me on camera.
Okay, this camera is on. You are not on camera right now. The box is your limit.
Okay,
Don't go
cool.
past the box.
Okay. Dinner's almost ready.
Okay.
I heated up the pork from Friday, and then I made cilantro lime rice with our fresh cilantro, and then you could put a little cheesy on top. We didn't have any black beans, so I looked.
Pork and rice. You know beans?
No beans.
This place is a prison.
I know, I looked. But that's all. I just wanted to tell you, because I'm really proud of myself, because I put effort into thinking about how we could use the food that we had from Friday,
Oh yeah.
which I was really proud of myself for because I didn't let the pot roast go to waste. The pork roast. So that's all.
Here, I'm turning the camera over here. I want to show Bree something. You guys look at the back of my shop. The camera's not on you. So I check this out. Boy's getting kind of good at this. There was a crappy piece of metal here. I cut it out and replaced it and resectioned it.
Ooh.
Pretty cool, right?
Very nice.
Yeah, now we gotta fix that. That's what I'm doing now.
Well, that's all the experience you gain from this. You're gonna.
There you go. That's it. But Bree's on the high camera? Yeah, but you can't see much from there.
Oh no! I didn't want them to see my outfit. Jesus.
They can't tell what you're wearing
Are
from
you
there.
kidding me?
Camera's coming back. You might as well run. You gotta run.
Whatever.
You gotta run. Bye. Thank you for dinner. They said PJs are fine.
I don't care. No.
She says, I don't care. No, chat. Sorry, she's right. I know the other camera was on, guys. I think it's funny. 45 cans of kidney beans for some reason, you can have half. Oh, dude, let's go. Even if there's good metal, cut the rail out in such a way that makes forming the plate as easy as possible. Yeah. Okay. We don't have much more time here. We got about 30 minutes. So, yeah, how are we going to do this? Oh, I need to take progress pictures on my phone. Hold on. I'm taking pictures. I don't know about you guys. I don't like working with my phone or keys or anything in my pockets because then if you're underneath the car or something, you roll over. Wait up, guys. I fell on my keys. Ow. 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 Post them in the thread. Oh, dude, I have plenty of pictures in there if you want to see. Yeah, I mean, I take pictures every stream. Yeah, I'll post them in there. That's a good idea. Okay, so next step. I got to get a wire wheel. We got to get the wire wheel out, or as Derek would say, the cheek poker. We got to get that out, and we got to grind down where the brackets for the leaf spring mount are. And what I'm going to do, dudes, I'm going to grind it all down, not with the grinder, not with the flap disc, but with a wire wheel. The wire wheel will take crap off of the metal and clean the metal, but it won't take any metal away. It'll just etch it, right? Sucky part is that I got to do this upside down because I can't get at the bottom of the car because the car's right side up. Please hold. I need gopher chucks. We're back, and we have the combination. Schlotkin, go back to the golf course and work on your putts. Are we better? Come, Gretchen. I hope you know I'll be billing you for this. One, two, three, four, five. It's amazing. I got the same combination on my phone. All right, so what I'm going to do, we're going to hit the bottom of this with the wire wheel, and before we get the brackets off, I'm going to spray paint the damn thing. And that's probably a good place to stop because we'll get at it with the wire wheel. We clean it up, right? We spray paint it, we let the paint dry overnight, we get at this thing again tomorrow, right? And by the time the paint's all dry, when we go to drill the spot welds off of the original brackets, right? When we go to drill those, the paint will dry and it'll have the exact position of where the leaf spring perch needs to be. And then from there, we'll know exactly where we need to place the new one. Have you considered a face shield or at least glasses if you're going to be working overhead? No? Why? Oh yeah, of course, dude. Yeah, I got hearing protection, I got glasses, I got my hat. You know, people are like, oh, you know, actually, you know what, dude? You know what I was about to say? I was about to say that, and I'm going to get the wire wheel on the grinding wheel here. Well, we'll talk and work. You know what I was about to say? Like, people are going to give you crap about personal PPE and stuff, like wearing, you know, like, oh, you wear hearing protection, what a bitch, right? Like, no one has. Seriously. If anything, I've gotten praise. People are like, thank you for doing that. You should be wearing safety glasses. I'm like, oh, believe me, I am. The only thing that I don't really do PPE with, and this is kind of a, not like, oh, it has to be this way. It's like, whenever I'm using stuff that spins, or when my hands are near something that spins, I don't put gloves on. Yes, stuff is bouncing off my hands. Yes, it burns your hands a little bit. I don't trust gloves with something that spins. That is my one big, like, no, I'm good. I don't like that. Everything else though, like paint with a respirator on, etc., I do all that because, yeah, you'd be kind of stupid to not do that. Like, that'd be really dumb to not do. Yeah. I also got a wedgie. So like, yeah, with this, hearing protection, safety glasses. Oh yeah. I do not do gloves with stuff that spins. Hell no. But yeah, for the most part, you guys have, like, nobody's going to be like, oh, you're wearing safety glasses, what a bitch. No one's done that. If anything, people are like, you should be wearing safety. And I agree. This thing shoots out those little things of metal. Like the wires from the wire wheel, they shoot out at high speed. And if they hit you in the eye, that's the end of that. Yeah, I've had these things shoot out and get stuck in my leg. Like a bullet, like, poof, like it's stuck. And I'm like, oh, what the heck? Yeah. They go up your nose. Yeah, they go everywhere. But yeah, that's my one, like, no PPE thing. If I'm using a drill press, bench grinder, angle grinder, I don't use gloves. No. And that's, once again, like, if you're doing this right and you have a glove on, you don't know how close you are to this thing. And if this thing catches the glove, your hand's going with it. I don't frick with that, dude. No way. I'm too much of a bitch to do that. No. Not about that life. All right, I got to move you guys just a smidge so I can get in here. I'm going to put this a little bit far away. See if I can get... So, what do I need to grind? I need to grind the whole bottom of this frame rail to make sure that it's good, and we got to find our datum points. And then we got to grind up here. I'm not sure how much we need to grind here, but yeah. All right, let's go. All right, so what I'm going to do with the wheel, we're going to get the underside. There's all kinds of undercoating out here. I'm getting the respirator. There's all kinds of crap under there. Yeah, there's all kinds of undercoating underneath this, and fortunately, that's probably what saved the damn frame rail, but, yeah, who knows what that is? It's probably asbestos, you know? Fortunately, the tab under here is actually pretty good, because the asbestos undercoating probably saved it. There's actually not much rust on the bottom of this, which is pretty good. That's pretty good, man. Oh, one went into my thigh. Oh, it did it again. What the hell? Oh, that sucked. That hurt. Damn it. Oh, my hat. Oh, my hat. It did the thing that I just said it would do. It looks like one singular spot weld. Cool. I just barfed on an anthill. Cool. Well, I think they're pissed. Dude, somehow the bottom of this frame rail is actually okay. I don't know how. Somehow it is. I can't figure that one out. All right, now the front bracket should be up here. This sucks. I hate doing this upside down. This sucks a lot, dude. Hey, whatever. I ain't complaining too much. Too much. Man, I am complaining. Let's be real. I can't believe that, dude. The bottom of this frame rail is not bad. It's actually okay, which is weird. I'll show you guys in a second. Ow! Stop it! Stop hitting my leg. Stupid wire. How is this so fast? What the actual hell? Dude, it's nice. It's good. Okay, whatever. You know what, man? I needed some good frigging news. That's pretty good, dude. Oh, it's such a load off, dude. If this is bad, I would be really pissed. A little bit of pitting right there, but that's just pitting. It's not through at all. Cool. Oh yeah, dude, not bad. Okay. Okay. All right. Huge W. I'll show you guys here in a moment. Yeah, this is a weird angle, huh? That's all right, whatever. Just cleaning the rest of it off. Wow. Okay. I'm kind of waiting to see what's over here, but I don't know how I'm going to get at that without you guys being able to see it. Because the bracket goes up and it goes over. Oh, not bad, dudes. Dude, if the bottom is okay, and it looks to be pretty damn strong, I don't know how. If the bottom is okay, it's going to be really easy to figure out a new spot for this, and then it's going to be also real easy to rebuild all this. We got something to work off of, dudes. Good. Very good. You guys want to see? Come here. I'll show you. Here, take a look. Let me get you the light. Look at that. You believe that? Unreal. How? How is it intact? The rest of this thing is Titanic to all hell. See, that's what I'm saying, man. You think I was just making conversation? Look at it. It's okay. This is all solid. Hell yeah. That's really, really good. That's really good news for us, dude. Yeah, look. You can even see the original spots. Score. Hell yeah. Dude, she's mint. That's mint. All right, we got to hit this with steel it. So, I mean, I kind of want to get on the sides. But yeah, that's, dude, really, really, really good news for us. Oh, man. Oh, that's a load off, dude. That would have sucked having to replace that. Not bad. Oh, that's really good. That's, dude, that's really good. We're running short on time. I'm gonna grind on the side of the frame rail, and I'm gonna see what we need to get at there. Are you gonna dip it eventually? No, Marty, probably not, dude. I'm gonna weld this thing up, and then we're gonna prime it, paint it, undercoat the snot out of this thing, and go from there. This is very much kind of a, you know, despite my nice shop, I don't really have the tools in the shop to do it really right. But we could get it close. I'm gonna do it. We're doing it with what we have here. You know, the big thing is that we got that right there, the welder. That's the big one. So yeah, let me grind off the rest of the sides of this, and here I'll use what's left on the battery on the good light, so you guys will be able to see it, dude. Oh, that's such a W, man. You have no idea. That is such a W that the bottom is good. Okay, I don't know how I'm going to get at the side of this thing. I might have to come in over here. Okay. Yeah, there we go. That'll work. Yeah, see all the smoke? That's why I have the respirator on. It was good, dude. On the front bracket. It was okay. Yeah, it's expanded a little bit over here, dudes. You can't really see it. It's expanded just a smidge, but it ain't bad. You know, while I'm here, I'm gonna get up here where the frame rail is struggling. I'm gonna try to clean this part out. We'll see what's good here. That's right. Sparks are bad. Anytime you see sparks with a wire wheel, that's right. Yeah, this is pretty bad up here. Somehow she's still holding structure, but we got our work cut out for us up here, dudes. Our mouse nest really screwed this thing up. Where's that? Yeah, there's a lot of holes. There's a lot of holes. That's okay. Yeah, I mean, it's not anything that we would have had to cut out anyway. Okay, let's go up to this one up here. This is a really uncomfortable position for me, but you know, whatever. That's cars, baby. Just has the hammering confirmed. This is good metal. That's bad metal. We don't need to redo all the frame rail here. It's just this part. That's good. That's real good. The frame rail is struggling up there though, dudes. It's not great. Not anything we can't rebuild, but oh, it's bad. There's a lot more of that rail missing than I thought. But the corners are solid. It's just pitted around the bottom and stuff, dude, so not bad. I'm gonna go over here. We're gonna get the other side of the frame rail, and that's the last thing we'll do before I bugger off for to take a shower for Space News. Yeah, that frame rail, look at the hole up there, dude. How bad is that structure around the hole? You need to section in a new rail? See me, dude, I will show you in a second. We need to gusset the hell out of that thing. The walls are okay. It's just the bottom. So it's the bottom U of the frame rail needs to be redone.
Just the bottom U though, that's it. What I'll probably do is I'll make a piece of steel like this. We'll bend up a piece of steel, plate it, right? And then plate the sides, and then plate the back. That should do it. We got to cut out all the rust, obviously, but here, let me just get it this side. Let me see what's good. Yeah. Now, good news. The good news is it's not rusted up to the shock tower mount. We have solid metal, about a 1/2 inch between the shock tower mount and the biggest and the rust. That's the good news. Yeah, that's really good news, actually, because redoing the flange where the shock tower mount attaches would really suck. But that's okay. It's cranked pretty bad, dude. Yeah. Well, once again, it's just the bottom U. The bottom U is done, but the walls and everything are fine. So we can make that. We can make that. That's doable. It's doable. All right, not too bad. It's a little bit worse than I thought, but it's not untenable, dude. Believe it or not, despite all this nonsense, this frame rail can be repaired. Because it's not screwing with the shock tower mount. We got plenty of space. We got plenty of space there. I'm gonna get at these too while I'm here. These are the spot welds for the tank cross member. It'll be vital to get this back in before we do everything else. All right, let me check the tabs here. The frame rail flanges. That's all good. That's good metal. Wow, it's pitted. The pitting starts really right here. This is all good. That's good metal. We could save this. There's the spot weld for the forward leaf spring mount. How far back do we got till we get the good metal? Oh man, look at all the rust. These frame rail flanges are all good. It's good till about here, and then it's toast from there back. This one is good. It's pitted a little bit. It really starts to thin out right around here, which is basically the case for the other side, dudes. Yeah, not bad. Dude, this being so damn strong is what's keeping this thing together, because the bottom is kind of shot right there. Yeah, it's bad. I gotta cut a whole bottom chunk of this out, but that's not a big deal, dudes. Really, that's just work. The structure is still here. We just gotta reinforce the cancer areas and we'll be fine. Believe it or not. It's crazy. It's crazy that this is actually, ow, another wire just went into my knee. It's crazy that this thing is actually as good as it is, considering the rest. Dude, there's some frame rail here. There's still some. It's not a lot, but it's here. Okay. Let me show you guys what's up there. Here. Get a good gander, because it's not great, dudes. But the channels are fine. It's just all down in there. That's not good. That's bad. That's a huge problem. We got to fix that. But see, it's not going up the walls too much. If the sides are solid, then 1/8" bent steel should be fine enough. You need that lateral stability restored. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I didn't know the Swiss made you frame rails.
Shut up. Shut up, man. Just shut up. Just shut up. Just shut up. Yeah, that's not great. Wow. But the bottom of that rail being okay is good. Here, what the hell is that? That's leftover schmutz. You guys are a little dusty. Yeah, okay. The rest of the rail's all right. See, that's good metal. This is fine. This part is okay. Yeah, not bad. Like I said, the U part of this is screwed. So like the very bottom of the rail. What I'll do is we can use the other rail as a way to measure this and get all those bends right and everything. So as long as we have some reference, we should be good. Frame rail seems to be pretty uniform there. It's basically the same shape that goes around, right? And it looks like it might widen out a little bit, but that's okay. All right, now let's go check it out down here. Oh, you guys are stuck. Check it out. The frame rail flange on this side is pretty much good till about right. It's pretty much good till about like right here, that's pretty much par for the course. That's how it was on the other side. This side is shot, like completely shot, like that's toast. There is no point in trying to save anything here. But we do have good metal up until the rear leaf spring weld position. We have good metal, which is fine because this is all shot. This is all going to have to be redone. And I did scrape out the bottom of this, guys. Believe it or not, the bottom of that is fine. You guys saw it. It's okay. I don't know how, but it's all right. It's probably because water didn't pool on it. But yeah, that's shot. If this was a professional shop, we'd replace this frame rail. There's no point in trying to repair this. If we can just get another one, if we have the tools to just get another one and apply it and put it in correctly, but we don't have that. So patching it and rebuilding it is the solution for us. But once again, there's good metal. There's a lot of good metal down in there. Not as bad as I thought. This is all shot. But yeah, okay. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to hit this rail with Steel It, especially like all around here. Actually, I'll probably use some black spray paint
Think my hand's dirty? I'll probably use some black spray paint. I mean, the steel it'll probably do, but oh yeah, the frame rails aren't they're not expensive, dudes. They're not expensive. Replacing them is expensive. I thought that was your tan. Nah, I don't think so. Dude, to hell with the shower. I'm gonna go hose off like with the garden hose. Lick it? No. You give me 10 grand. Tip 10 grand right now, I'll lick that. Because 10 grand I can buy the frame rail jig for this, dude. That's a lot of rust. There's a lot more good metal in this thing than I thought. Well, that's not entirely true. I knew there was decent metal there because the undercoating was protecting it. It's not in as bad a condition. Some of that metal isn't even pitted, which is crazy to me. Yeah, most of the car isn't on the ground. It's on my arm, but a good deal of it is on the ground. A good deal of it is on the ground. Okay, I'll use the steel to do this. So what I'm going to do, guys, and we'll continue this tomorrow morning. What I'm going to do is we're going to hit it with the weld through primer. That way, it'll dry, right? And then when we go to take the rest of the bracket off to fit the new one, the parts that aren't painted is the alignment. That's where it goes. Easy peasy, right? You don't need to, believe me, it doesn't need to be a clean room environment, right? Doesn't need to be a clean room. You don't need to laser level everything. I mean, I would like to, that would be super cool, but you don't need to laser level everything. You can get away with it with tricks like this. I'd wear a respirator if you use a shop vac on it. God Ninja, I think that sentence ends with I'd wear a respirator, period, full stop, dude. There is a lot of crap on the ground, man. So I'm going to hit all this with steel, all the stuff that we did clean off. Yeah, I'd wear a respirator for this part. I don't know about you guys. And I will spray paint the areas where... Hey, get back here. Hey, try not to paint any frame rails on the way through the parking lot. Hey, get back here.
Just hold your breath. Oh, I like the respirator. Especially since I shaved my beard. The respirator doesn't work very well if you have a full beard. Just saying. Never have that thing on in front of me, chat. How do I know you're not making faces at me under that thing? Chat, you were merely adopted into the rust. I was born into it. Molded by it. We also need another wire wheel. I'm going to pick one of those up later. That wire wheel has been around. All right, so let's paint up these brackets so we can remove them correctly later. And let's get going. So the first thing I'll do is hit the top of the rail with steel it. Just to protect the metal, or you know what I mean. I don't like having the bare metal up too much. All right, now let's get at these side brackets. Hit your head on the car. Make sure you do that. Okay, that's good. Hit that part of the frame rail. Hit it with some steel. This is, I mean, if anything, like, this will just protect it. There we go. We're good. All right, so in tomorrow's episode of the Crew Cab Charger, we got to get these brackets off. The paint will give us a good datum for where we need to paint, or where this bracket needs to go. What does this spray do again? So God Ninja, this is Steel It. It's weld through primer. So it's primer to protect the metal and give a good paint surface, so you could paint over it. But also, it has metal flake in it. It has 316 stainless in it. Starship style. Actually, Starship is 304X, but whatever. This has 316X stainless in it. You can weld to it.
You don't need to grind stuff down to bare metal. You can weld to it. That Steel It is awesome. I love that stuff. It makes it really easy because you don't, like, the thing about this is that if you get one good humid day and some of that humidity gets into the garage, it's going to rust that metal. Yeah, it's going to rust the hell out of that metal. We don't want that.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
10K you say? 10K you say?
What was that? What? I got it. How much money was that? I didn't see. Oh, I see what you did. I see what you did. You sneaky. You tipped $30. I see what happened there. That was 10,000 Hungarian Fritos or whatever the hell that's called. You know what? Fuck you. Bitch. Yeah, it didn't taste very good. Yummy. Don't ever do that. Don't do that. That was not smart. I told you I was born into the rust. You were adopted by, yeah, I just swished around a bunch of water and, all right. We got to start Space News in 20 minutes. I got to go take a shower. Is the sink off for anyone? Yeah, it probably is, Geek, but, you know, I'm not going to do anything about it because we're stopping. So, tomorrow, I'll try to stay as still as possible. Tomorrow, we're going to get the rest of those leaf spring brackets off, right? We're going to get the rest of those leaf spring brackets off, right? And then the paint will tell us, I'm not doing this. The desync
The desync will do what it is. I'll just look away. We got to get the rest of the leaf spring brackets off, right? The taint will tell us. The doy dot the basketball. Talk about getting derailed, man. Holy balls. But then again, it's my stream, so what are you gonna do? I was born into the what? No. We'll drill those brackets out, figure out what we need to replace, figure out the placement. Both of them don't need to be perfect. Like if I know there's good metal around the front mount, so if we take the front mount off, that'll give us a good datum to figure out where everything lives, and that'll get us our back placement for where we put that rear cross member in. Once we do that leaf spring perch, we repair that side of the frame rail, right, which we're gonna do tomorrow. I want that new perch basically hung by tomorrow. Taint. Sorry. Yeah. Then we work on the tabs for the back, and then we put the rear cross member on. Once the rear cross member's on, we cut out our bracing, put our new trunk cross member in, and then we got to repair the wheelhouses, and then I think we start drilling holes in the trunk. Wow. Huh. Good progress. Titan's barking. Titan's saying, "Come in for dinner." All right, guys. I'm going to take a little break. I'll be back for Space News. We got plenty of stuff to talk about, don't we? Yeah, we got plenty of stuff to talk about. Let me get the lens cap for the other camera so if it falls over, it doesn't break it. That's not really what lens caps do, but you get the idea. Is Titan a shop dog? Titan does come up to the shop from time to time, but... All right, guys. Stand by for loss of signal from the office, or from the garage, as expected. I will... Oh, crap. I got to restart the stream. I got to restart the stream for Space News because the stupid camera over there isn't going to work. So, all right. It's 4:45. Give me till 5:15, 5:30 max. You're going to get loss of signal on both ends of the stream, on YouTube and on Twitch. I got to restart because my main webcam isn't working. Windows decided to restart my computer and reconfigure all my camera settings. Fun times. So, yeah. Give me about 45, and we'll start Space News at 1/2 okay? So, yeah, stand by for loss of signal from here as expected, and loss of signal for the entire stream for about 45. We'll see you over the hill. Columbia, Houston, you got about 40 seconds to LOS. Configure LOS. You're looking good for over the hill. We'll see you in Madrid.